Evening for some of you. Thank you for joining me. It's good to have you here. I saw Miss Douglas came on time before I had to go and walk the dogs who are totally off schedule, much like myself. Miss Douglas, Daniel Berry, Sports and Highlights. Thank you for being here. Um, I'm just here to give you a little. Let me see. Can you hear me well, or does it sound like my mic is muted? Because my let me see. Testing, 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 testing. Let me see. Testing, 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 testing. I don't know what is going on with my mic, but let's get into the news now. Uh, it seems like James Comey is going to be prosecuted after 4547 told Pam Bondi that she needed to get on this prosecution of James Comey. It seems like Letitia James is also going to be prosecuted under 4547. He also put Adam Schiff's name in there. They haven't said anything about him. Now, as far as Letitia James, she is over the Southern District of New York, who successfully prosecuted 4547. This is a successful black woman, and she succeeded in taking him to trial and getting a conviction. However, the reason why he uh, decided to he thought he was texting DMing her on True Social, and come to find out it came out as a text, and he came out right behind it and said what a great successful DOJ Pam Bundy was. Hey, Vibrant Law. Now, as far as Letitia James, we understand that this is straight up retribution up for her successfully charging him and following it through to a conviction. What he is accusing Letitia James of is mortgage fraud. The Bill uh, what is his name? Bill Pulley or something like that, who's over housing. He said that she assigned both of her properties as her primary residence, and now they are going after her to prosecute her for something that no one would be prosecuted for. Kind of like the guy who alerted uh, Pam Bondi in 4547 that she allegedly had signed both of her mortgages as her primary residence. How do you know that people wouldn't normally get prosecuted for it? Because the guy who reported this, who 4547 have sitting over the Department of Fannie Fannie and Freddie, and that's why he had access to any home mortgage information. His own father has done it. It has been discovered that his own father had done it. So if it was up to be prosecuted, his own father would have been prosecuted for it. But after it came out that his own father did what he said Letitia James did, which is criminal, did they file a criminal case against this man's father? No, this man had to pay taxes for one of his houses that he had, I believe he had rented out the house, and he had put the house down as his primary residence. And what he had to do, he had to pay more taxes on that house in Michigan. So while see, this is what kills me about the for-profit media. Why am I the one who tell you this? And the for-profit media doesn't go into any of the details about what is going on with Letitia James. So James Comey, at the time that he wrote that suit, Lie Social, that you have to do something about Comey, Letitia James. He had 8 days in the statute of limitations to bring this case. Now, I also would be remiss if I did not tell you this prosecutor who looked over Letitia James' case and said that there is nothing there to file on Letitia James. Somebody has already looked into this case, and they said that there is no case there, and he was forced out of the DOJ. And now, who is taking up the rings on this case? None other than Lindsay Halligan. Lindsay Halligan, who was let's get into who Lindsay Halligan is. I cannot find. I was in bed and I cannot. God, I cannot remember where I saw the actual pictures. But if you're not aware, Lindsay Halligan is one of 4547's personal lawyer who he had working in the White House as some type of personal assistant of sorts. So they have given the task over to Lindsay Halligan, an attorney who has never prosecuted a case. This is who's bringing the case against Letitia James. Now, it is stated that a lot of the attorneys from the DOJ said that this case that they want to bring against Letitia James, they wrote a letter saying that there is actually uh, there's no case. They said that there's absolutely no case. But I'm wondering if this successful black woman who successfully prosecuted 4547 is going to be brought up on charge in this Department of Justice. And something very curious that you also may not know, and I have some goals. If you find out something here that you did not know, hit the goals. Those are my goals, is to tell you something you do not know. Something else you may not be aware of is this attorney, Lindsay Halligan, and Charlie Kirk's ex-wife. They were members of Donald, those little beauty pageants that Donald Trump used to do. Both of them participated in his beauty pageants. Now, it is alleged that Charlie Kirk's wife got a some type of job. I believe it was with the CIA, working on some Israeli type of undercover stuff, and allegedly that is why Charlie Kirk met his wife on a plane coming home from Israel. That is the connection of how they met. But this is a one of his beauty pageant contestants. You know, the beauty pageants that he said that he used to walk in when they were half dressed, and I own the pageant. I gotta check out that everything's okay, and they were half dressed and naked. He said that on Howard Stern show. So this is who's prosecuting Letitia James. She's a former insurance attorney, kind of like what is her name? Helena Baba, who is who is the DA of New Jersey, who has never successfully prosecuted a case. In the case that she was over for 4547, she lost them all. However, she is the interim. She is the lead prosecutor in New Jersey, and she refuses. She was the intern. She was the interim prosecutor in New Jersey, and then when her time was up, she refused to step down. And the law says that she must step down after a certain amount of time. Do you know that she's still sitting up there in New Jersey? And it got so bad that defendants who had uh, trials and cases pending in New Jersey said that they are not going to recognize her as somebody who's prosecuting her because she does not have the authority, and she legally has no authority to prosecute them. So there are drug cases where people saying they are not recognizing somebody who's not able to prosecute them. Now, you know how they're getting around this? She's having a co-signer. She has to have a co-signer for every case in New Jersey. Who's co-signing for her? None other than Todd Blanche. Who is Todd Blanche? Todd Blanche is the second in under Pam Bondi at the Department of Justice. So for every case that New Jersey brings, Todd Blanche has to sign the case instead of her, because she refuses to step down. Now, also, Todd Blanche. Who is Todd Blanche again? Todd Blanche is also the one who interviewed Ghislaine Maxwell and got her out of the prison that she is supposed to be in into a prison that people who are convicted of Ghislaine Maxwell crimes is not allowed to be in the Camp Cupcake prison. Only the so that's who this is what's going on in our administration, if you didn't know. So I want to share with you this right quick to learn a little bit more about who's going to be prosecuting the former FBI. Now, let me tell you something. When James Comey came out, right before the election and said that shit about Hillary Clinton and her server and all of this, I was really pissed off at James Comey. There was no need for him to come out with that. Instead of thanking James Comey, that I do believe is what lost the election for Hillary Clinton. But that's neither here nor there. James Comey is not being prosecuted. The case is perjury. So let me share a little bit of this for you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Sarah Longwell, publisher of The Bulwark. I'm here with Ben Wittes because we have breaking news. It looks like James Comey is going to be indicted. I have this reporting from MSNBC. My friend Ben Wittes from Lawfare. I need you to...
Let me slow this down. I apologize. Here we go.
Explain this to me, because I don't understand how it's possible that James Comey, like, what could he even be indicted for? Is my opening question. But you at Lawfare, you guys are deep on this. Tell me everything.
All right. So I have spent the last several days trying to figure out the answer to exactly this question, because so the sequence of events matters here. The background is that the U.S. Attorney in Virginia, the acting or interim U.S. Attorney Eric Siebert, was assigned this case, which is figure out what you can indict Jim Comey for. And please indict Letitia James for mortgage fraud. And he comes back sometime last week and says, there's no case against Jim Comey or Letitia James. And Trump is very angry about this and tweets that there needs to be justice now. There needs to be action now.
For context, that tweet was also, it was unclear whether it was like supposed to be a DM to Pam Bondi. Is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah, but there was more than one. We need justice now was a separate tweet, right?
Okay.
Yeah, it may have been, one of them may have been supposed to be a DM to Pam Bondi. By the way, query whether the president and the attorney general should be communicating by Truth Social DMs, but that's another matter. And so Eric Siebert gets removed as U.S. attorney and replaced with yet another Trump personal lawyer aide, somebody with zero prosecutorial experience, Lindsay Halligan. So Lindsay Halligan is in that job for exactly one reason, which is that her predecessor refused to move ahead with cases against either Letitia James or Jim Comey. There's also an Adam Schiff issue, but for some reason his name it's a less immediate question. So with Letitia James, there is time to spare because the alleged mortgage fraud, and by the way, Letitia James is clearly innocent of mortgage fraud. So when I say the alleged mortgage fraud, it's not like when you say Luigi Mangione is an alleged murderer, right? Like she did not commit murder either. She did not commit mortgage fraud. But the conduct in question was from 2023. So the statute of limitations has some time. The last time Jim testified before a congressional committee was 5 years ago this coming Tuesday, which means there is a ticking clock. If you don't get this done by Tuesday, you are not realistically going to bring at least a coherent case against Jim. So there is a big rush. And Lindsay Halligan gets put in this job on Monday, I believe. And today there is a news story that from MSNBC that an indictment is forthcoming. Now, let's be clear about what that means. That doesn't mean an indictment will be handed up. It means they are going to a grand jury with an indictment. As we have seen recently, grand juries will not, in fact, indict a ham sandwich. And a lot of grand juries have been saying no to this Justice Department because it is frankly lawless. And grand juries have a way of seeing through that. So don't be too surprised if what happens in this case is that they go to a grand jury and the grand jury says, put it where the moon don't shine. There are a few things they have done that to protect themselves against that. The first is that they appear to be bringing this case not in either Washington, where the testimony took place, or in Alexandria, which would be so Jim testified by Zoom because it was the pandemic. And so he was in Virginia, but they appear to be bringing it in either Richmond or Norfolk, which, as best as I can tell, is a way of getting away from as far away from a DC jury pool as possible. The second thing is that it's easier to get a grand jury to indict a ham sandwich in a white collar matter, right? If you say that somebody lied to a congressional committee and you present only the information that contradicts their testimony, not any of the information that supports it, you may be able to get a grand jury to indict. So I think they're clearly planning to try. That's why they leaked this today. And this is the prerequisite for Lindsay Halligan getting this job, and she will not keep it if she doesn't do this. So that's what they're trying to do.
Can you explain when you say, they're going to indict him and they're going to present the evidence? Your point is that he did this testimony, and you think,
as well as the underlying document issue would be for the last several days. And I've, with my colleague Anna Bauer, have gone through that testimony very carefully, as well as the underlying documents that it refers to. And I would urge people, look, we don't know what's going to be in this indictment yet. My guess is it's going to be a lot of conspiracy theory a la Tulsi Gabbard about the Russia hoax.
Okay, so this link is in my description box. Please avail yourself to it. I just wanted to give you this information. Now, I also have something from the New York Post. Who is Lindsay Halligan? Let's find out. Hey, Z Sarah. If you're here, you're always on time, Z Sarah. Who is Lindsay Halligan, the former Miss Colorado finalist and 45-47 lawyer expected to prosecute James Comey? Okay, let me enlarge this. Okay, let's get to it. Okay, the new Virginia U.S. attorney expected to pursue charges against former CI Director James Comey and New York Attorney General Letitia James is a glamorous former Colorado beauty queen who had worked only 3 federal cases before 45-47 appointed her. Lindsay Halligan, 36, who will replace Eric Schubert, the one who said that there is no case there, after he was reportedly pushed out for refusing to pursue charges against Letitia James, was sworn in as the interim U.S. attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia on Monday. The former Florida insurance lawyer, who often looks runway ready in designer suits with flawless hair, is one of the attorneys who represented 45-47 in civil litigation after his Mar-a-Lago resort was raided for classified documents in 2020. She will now have the task of presenting evidence to a grand jury that Comey allegedly lied to Congress. It is expected to take over and is expected to take over a mortgage fraud related probe into a home that James bought in Norfolk in 2023. Halligan grew up in Colorado. Her parents worked in healthcare, and she played basketball, softball, at a private Catholic school. Okay, who cares? Okay. Back then, she also interned for the Innocence Project, which works to exonerate wrongfully convicted inmates. Curious. How curious. In the Miami-Dade County Public Defender's Offices, the Washington Post reported. One of her former professors told the paper that people often underestimate Halligan because of her good looks and called her very smart, respectful, and a well-liked student. Let me see. Beauty queen competition. In her 20s, Halligan twice competed in Miss Colorado USA. I believe Miss USA, wasn't that owned by 45-47? I am quite sure it was. Finishing 4th in 2010 and making it to the semifinals in 2009. Sports and pageants taught me my confidence, discipline, and how to handle pressure on court, or on the field, on stage, and in the courtroom. And now in the White House, Halligan told the Washington Post. Her legal career. Not long after law school, she worked at the Fort Lauderdale base of Cole Scott Kisme, which specializes in insurance defense litigation. Halligan largely represented insurance companies in disputes with owners over residential and commercial properties and became a partner in 2018. Over the course of her career, however, she has worked only 3 federal cases, all while serving as one of 45-47 personal attorneys, according to court records obtained by Fortune magazine. How she knows Trump. In 2021, she met Trump at a West Palm Beach golf course where she had come straight from court wearing one of her signature fitted suits. Trump asked her what she did for a living, and she joined his legal team the following year. Halligan was present during during the FBI's August 2022 search of Mar-a-Lago, and later represented 45-47 in a dismissed defamation lawsuit against CNN. She later attended the U.S. Open with him. There is 45-47. Where's Melania? Melania's nowhere around. We have Pam Bimbo. I forget. That's not Howard Lutnick. I forget this dude's name. We have Caroline Lyott, and I don't know who the chick is next to her. There he is at the U.S. Open. She also became a frequent talking head, defending 45-47 on conservative media outlets such as Fox News and Newsmax. So this is who this attorney is. Who is going to bring this case, a case that a seasoned DOJ attorney would not bring because there was nothing there. Hey, Madison, it's good to see you. Okay. Okay, if you guys would press the like button, I would appreciate it. Now, I have 2 things that I want to share with you. Oh, before I go there, let's not forget I have shared with you in the past that Letitia James' house is being stalked by somebody who was supposed to get Janine Piero's job, but it was such an outcry that he had no experience. Ed Martin had no experience. Now he showed up at Letitia James' house taking pictures. He said that he needed to be where the crime was committed. And when we understand that there actually has been no crime committed, but he is out here stalking her house. Somebody who was so unqualified for the position, but they continue to give him a position in this White House.
It shows the director of the DOJ's weaponization working group, Ed Martin, posing for photos outside of New York Attorney General Letitia James's home last week.
Ed Martin was recently put in charge of the investigations into New York Attorney General Letitia James. There's an investigation looking into whether she committed mortgage fraud, and also an investigation that is looking into her civil lawsuit that was brought against Donald Trump, his adult sons, and the company. And you can see here on this video, Ed Martin is there with a colleague from the Department of Justice. He's outside of Letitia James's home, and he does pose for a photograph outside of that home. Now, he was on Fox News on Sunday, and he said that he was there because he had had meetings in New York and New Jersey, and that he decided to go by the home. He said you have to lay eyes on it, and also saying that you got to get a sense of what is at stake. But Letitia James's attorney, Albie Lowell, has pushed back. He wrote a letter to Ed Martin yesterday in which he highlighted this unusual visit to Letitia James' home, which they say is an intimidation tactic. He also pointed out that soon after being appointed to be leading this investigation, that Ed Martin called for James's resignation, and then also went on Fox News on Sunday and said that he wanted to look into every aspect of James's life, which some people would call a fishing expedition. So Lowell has said that, were there any doubts as to your political retributive mission? You erased them in your first statements about your appointment when you stated that your assignment is to, quote, stick the landing. A responsible and credible federal prosecutor is not a pommel horse gymnast. Now, I've spoken with other former federal prosecutors who also say that these moves are highly unusual, and it could have real-world implications. If the grand jury were to return an indictment, this could be something that Letitia James' legal teams could use to argue to the judge that the jury pool has been prejudiced and that this was a selective prosecution. Of course, James has been criticized herself for campaigning on saying that she was going to investigate Donald Trump. She does have that court victory in the civil lawsuit where a judge has ordered Trump to pay $500 million. We reached out to the Department of Justice, and they declined to comment.
New video obtained.
Now, the White House would have you to believe that this case was overruled. The White House would have you to believe that the case she won, she did not win, and an appeals court overruled his conviction. What the appeals court did overrule was the award, what he would have to pay in this conviction. But if you listen to this White House, they will say she was overruled on appeal. No, the amount he has to pay has been overruled, but his conviction has not been overruled. So I just want you to know that when you hear this for-profit media come out and say the things that they are saying, let's move on. Let's move on. Thank you, Z Sarah. I appreciate you helping me reach my goals. Okay. I flipping hate not having a premium. These ads are getting more and more frequent, I'm sure. No, they're every 12 minutes. They're every 12 minutes. So they're not, I always set them at the same rate every day, Z Sarah. Okay, I appreciate you. Okay, so let's get into this. Now, if you have been watching me, I have been alerting you how AI is really trying to steal from you. These billionaires who are putting up all of these data centers all throughout the United States and are connecting into your power grid and to your water grid and making your rates rise. Now, some people don't even know what's going on. I was just over there listening to a dumb bitch, and she didn't even know what was going on. Well, she say she don't vote, so she gets what her hand calls for. But there are a lot of people that do vote, and I'm curious. How is it that Mark Zuckerberg can sit up at the meeting where 45, 47 alleged to present all the greatest minds and that was going to change the world in AI and all of this, and he does not know that they have not supplied their own power grid or water source that they're paying for out of their pockets for their businesses. You know, the cost of doing business. How does he not know that they're making the American public who are losing jobs hand over fist, who are having to pay a high cost for everything since these tariffs have been enacted, who has to buy this Brazilian beef that is set up in the United States because they cannot buy American beef because the American farmers cannot even get a plant to process to cut up American beef. Therefore, we have to pay the price of the Brazilian meat packers who America has let dominate the United States. You know, America first. Now, do y'all not remember me giving you this information? How American cows cannot even be processed because the Brazilian have a stranglehold on that business. Okay, so let me share with you. Amazon is building a data center in Louisiana, the size of Manhattan. If you don't know, here we go. Let's get into this.
I don't cry anymore.
Sure.
I'm just exhausted from it.
Every house requirement that they bought is leveled.
Joy and Jean Van Loo are a fifth.
Hold on. Wait a minute. No. This is not the one that I was talking about. This is the Amazon data center. I will play the Louisiana one next.
Generation farming family in New Carlisle, Indiana, a small town with around 2,000 people in the northwestern part of the state. This is where Amazon is building their largest data center in America.
How's your water situation here?
Tainted. It tastes weird. It's just not the same.
Do you think it has to do with the data center, the construction?
Well, yeah, they have them two 24-inch pipes pumping water across the street over here. They're dewatering, as they call it, so they can put the foundations down.
They went through this process called dewatering because of Amazon's data center construction, where they were actually removing groundwater that people rely on here for their drinking water. And this pond normally would be full up, but now you can see it's been vastly depleted. The Van Loo family owns over 200 acres, but their new neighbor will consume as much power as 1 million homes, guzzling millions of gallons of water from the Kankakee Aquifer to cool hundreds of thousands of computer chips. It will serve the AI startup Anthropic, which is working to create an AI system that matches the human brain. And Amazon is its largest financial backer.
You don't think you can win?
No, you can't be. And they got better lawyers than we can get hold of. And then the town of New Carlisle threw us under the bus.
Still a lot of dewatering going on, even though they've been told they're in violation.
But, like I say, we're a little fish in a big pond.
Even though they've been told that they are in violation. Kind of like all the poison that I showed you that they are emitting from Elon Musk's Grok plant in Memphis, Tennessee into a black neighborhood, surrounded by a black neighborhood. Even though I showed you in how in Arizona they were trying to sneak a data center in a Amazon data center under a different name of a different $36 billion company, and they were able to get the data center stopped. Let's continue.
Little fish in a pond that's been sucked dry by Amazon. Indiana is experiencing a data center invasion. 30 minutes away, another data center fight is unfolding.
I asked for you to show More Perfect Union's wasteland tonight so that people can see with their eyes.
At this city council meeting in Michigan City, Indiana, resident Eileen Mark is asking city officials to play a More Perfect Union video we made a few months ago about Musk's XAI data center in Memphis.
Now, Rochester went to XAI to see that they had 35 gas turbines operating and polluting our air.
Why isn't this video being
Now, that video has been shown on my program months ago.
shown tonight?
The reason? The developers behind that XAI facility, Phoenix Investors, is now trying to secure a tax break for a new data center in this small Indiana town.
What is going on?
Also, you will remember that data center that they were trying to put together in New Mexico. They did that under behind closed doors, just like they did the data center in Memphis. They have an NDA they approved that data center under a NDA. Hey, Dana Smith. So let's be clear. I have been telling you guys about this for months. And if you're not a subscriber to More Perfect Union, I am going to link these videos in my description box, and I am also going to drop these links in the chat. But let's continue.
In Memphis, what Phoenix Investors has done in Memphis with their end user, tenant, Elon Musk. I didn't get even a response from you.
I came here in the middle of a fight between residents and local officials to witness it all play out in real time. The end user, who would control the data center, would also receive a massive tax break. Their identity is a secret.
This vote is about the future of Michigan City. And so we've just been pounding pavement, hitting every door we could.
Have you heard about the data center coming?
Yeah, everybody concerned about it.
To alert residents.
If the data center gets built here, you want to move away?
We would want to move. I'm reading some of the effects with like the diabetes, the lack of sleep, how it can lead to all these different health effects.
And how much are you paying in your electric bills now compared to before?
My electric and gas bill was more than my car payment. I mean, it's insane to me.
Everything is coming down to tonight and whether or not the city is going to put the profit motive, put big tech over people.
The evidence is out there, and residents that live nearby these hyperscale data centers are sharing their stories. You can find them if you care to look.
These are just two of the data center battles taking place in Indiana.
What we're seeing in Indiana is a lot of data center development, over 30, maybe over 40 in some stage of development throughout our state for a variety of reasons.
Meta, Google, Microsoft, CoreWeave, and QTS, owned by Blackstone, are in the state too. I wanted to know why Indiana became such a hotspot for big tech and how billionaires and the shell corporations they hide behind seem to be winning so big in the Hoosier state.
Number one, we
shell corporations that they hide behind. I also gave you information about how Ohio is turning into the data center capital of the United States. I also last week gave you I think it was in Virginia, a data center that is butted up against houses. I showed you in the Arizona data center. They did it in backroom deals, and then when they got the person who did the final vote to approve the data center to come to a desert, using up all of their plugging into their water system. He said that he does not feel that individuals should have the right to vote on if a data center is put in their community. And and in that video, I also go over to More Perfect Union. They have all the information and all the informations about these data centers, and Additionally, they were finally found out through a FOIA request about something else, and somebody happened to see something about a data center, a line above what they were requesting about a data center. That's how it got out. And then they demanded to have a town hall meeting about this. And who did they bring to this town hall meeting? And they had questions about where they're going to pull all this electricity, where were they going to pull all of this water. It takes tons of electricity and water to run these data centers. Now, they had somebody from Meta who sat up there and said, well, you know, as for the water, it is written into the plan that they are going to plug into the water system, and the water rates will be up to the water company. So basically, she told you they plug it into your water system, and if the rates go up, don't blame us, blame the water company. But we don't know what deal that they made behind a closed door. But that's what they put into their agreement, that the people were going to pay their water. And she said that with a smile on her face. And until a woman got up and said, "You're going to have," she called this bitch out by her name, who worked in, I think she said, who worked in Texas for Meta, who is having so many problems. I also showed you the video of the people in Texas who are having problems with their drinking water being ruined, their well water being ruined, that humming all day, all night. I showed you this. If you want to know information, this is where you come. If you want to hear bitches speculate on shit that they have no clue about, that's where you go. You go everywhere else. Now everybody else want to talk about politics, but they have no means of giving proper information. This is not my information. I show you where I get the information from.
Have an incredibly supportive policy at the state level. We have leadership, we have a supermajority, we have regulators who are all very, very supportive of attracting business in the state of Indiana.
Republicans hold 40 out of 50 seats in the state Senate and 70 out of 100 seats in the Indiana House of Representatives, including Senators Eric Koch and Edmund Soliday, who authored a bill allowing utility companies to pass along some of the cost of small modular nuclear reactors to its customers and keep coal plants online, all in support of AI data centers. We reached out to both lawmakers to ask for an on-camera interview, but received no response. But it was another bill, House Bill 1405, introduced in 2019 by Representative Martin Carbo, that laid the groundwork for the data center boom, providing sales and use tax exemptions for equipment purchased to build. And there's another reason why Indiana's towns and cities are feeling pressure to welcome data centers.
Billionaires are getting tax exemptions. Billionaires to leak into these poorest of poor states. And you got to pay for a tax exempt for a billionaire at the same time that this big busted bill is taking health care away from up to 17 million people, and everyone else who has health care, you're going to be sadly surprised that all of the health care insurance rates are going up. If you're not on Medicare, Medicaid, if you are on Medicaid, while they're cutting people off of Medicare, there is allegedly over $500 billion being cut from Medicaid as well. And people who have regular insurance, your rates and your premiums are about to, they say, increase up to, I forgot what percentage rate, some crazy rate. I don't want to give you wrong information. Your insurance rates are about to skyrocket. Your premiums, your out-of-pocket costs are about to skyrocket because of this big bloated bill to give tax cuts to billionaires. Let's continue.
They're losing federal funding for certain programs and certain support. They're losing state funding for certain programs and certain support. Some of these local leaders are very concerned about the financial health and well-being of their local communities.
But many residents and community organizers are adamant that data centers are not the answer to their economic woes. Organizers canvassed Michigan City neighborhoods just before the city council was about to meet for a final vote.
There are 9 counselors, so we are trying to play the numbers game and work as hard as we can, even within these final hours. This community has long suffered the impacts of coal pollution, of being able to endure a century of this coal plant in their backyards.
Ashley Williams lives in Michigan City and runs a grassroots organization focused on a transition from fossil fuels to renewable energy. Long before she found out about the secretive data center project this summer, she's been fighting to shut down the coal-fired power plant owned by the monopoly electric utility company called NIPSCO, which she fears could end up staying open to support data center energy demands.
We just really don't know whether or not the coal plant will ultimately come down, or if it does, it's just going to be a reinvention of a different injustice at that site or across our community.
And the energy monopoly is in the midst of an effort to create a spin-off sister company called GenCo to put all data center load growth under a new separate company.
As we covered before, you are president of both NIPSCO and GenCo, as well as CEO, correct? And COO.
That's correct.
Were you involved in the decision to create GenCo?
I was.
But consumer advocates warn GenCo is just a way to have an unregulated cash cow energy company with no plans for cost control, cost allocation, or guarantees for how it will ultimately impact residential customers.
NIPSCO said that they do not intend to raise rates. Can ratepayers trust that with a deal like this, their rates aren't going to go up?
Absolutely not. No, you'll always hear when these proposals are presented to the public, don't worry, they'll pay their fair share. It's very easy for a utility CEO or utility representative to say, trust us, nothing to see here. Your bills aren't going up.
People choose to look to the actual people living near them and stop just trusting like the developers and the big corporations coming in here. You could actually go talk to the people living there.
You better not come here and pollute our children, our homeowners, stomp all over our small businesses and think that there won't be backlash. Even if they vote this through tonight, it's just the beginning of a fight, and people are not going to stop here.
I'm standing inside the City Hall in Michigan City, Indiana right now, and you can see that so many people have come out here for this vote tonight that they've actually had to put chairs outside of the City Hall Council chamber room because of the overflow. People are signing up to be able to speak about their feelings on this project, whether they're for or against it, and we're going to find out tonight whether this project is going to get those tax breaks or not.
And if you pass this resolution, I can promise you, afterwards, it's that private equity that will tell you what it is you're allowed to vote on. They want to own all of us through you, and the decision as to whether or not they're going to be able to do that happens here, it happens now, it happens with you. For the love of God, do your duty.
The time for voting finally came.
May I entertain a motion for approval?
Dr. Cora.
Aye.
Mr. Beatrice.
Aye.
And Mr. Coulter.
Aye.
We have 7 in favor and 2 opposed.
And this resolution has passed.
In a 7-2 decision, the City Council voted to grant the data center tax abatements for the next 10 years in exchange for 30 full-time jobs and some $26 million in economic development incentives over the next 40 years. Another big win for tech companies. who seem to be getting their way in Indiana.
We were not shocked by the sort of lure of the money and the millions of dollars and the predatory tactics that this company has pulled on our community and has pulled on the council. Just the fact that they gave in so quickly is really disheartening.
And one of the council members just said, we just gave away all the leverage. So now we have no leverage with a bad deal, like a terrible financial deal they accepted at the risk of all of us.
20 miles away, back where we began our journey in New Carlisle, Amazon has said that its data center project will be a case study and will use lessons learned here from this multi-year project to improve as they build data centers elsewhere. But this is little comfort to the residents who live here, losing their way of life and paying the biggest price.
We would have moved already if we could have afforded to. We don't have that much in our savings account, you know, for little farmers.
So where are we heading, Gene?
You go straight.
So this is all your farm?
Yeah. Just go down on the other side of the trees there, drive through the field. This is our hay field here.
That's Amazon.
That whole thing's Amazon, yeah.
Wow, so this pond was full of water, and then they started a dewatering process?
Yes. If you look and see the gravel there, and you can see where the grass is, that's how high the water used to be. And it's considerably lower now than normal. Say right here in the middle, there was a sandbar in there, and you could walk across from one side to the other and just hardly touch any water at all.
However, there is a path forward. Just like in communities I've reported in around the country, residents across Indiana are coming together in solidarity in their shared fight against big tech.
We're seeing folks coming together in local communities, pushing back. Nobody wants these data centers in their community. You know, the MAGA crowd and Bernie bros coming together, if you will, all across the state in pushing back. Folks on varied political spectrums finally realizing that they've been duped by this system for a very long time.
Before you go, please
City to reject a massive data center proposal. And it only happened because of a huge community. Tucson just became the first city to reject a massive data center proposal. And it only happened because of a huge community uprising.
The people who are paid to represent us are falling down on the job and just completely betraying us.
We are in a desert. We are in a 30-year drought. The map doesn't add up.
I have zero trust of whatever these people are telling us. They're saying they're going to reclaim water. They can't make water out of nothing. Can they make it rain? Maybe they can. I don't know.
I was on the ground to cover it day by day. I talked to residents, lawmakers, and lobbyists to tell the full David versus Goliath story of how one community took on Amazon and won. Let's dig into it. First, we have to rewind to day one when I landed in Tucson.
I'm sorry, my audio was off. What I was saying was I'm just going to pay a short part of this. This is where the Amazon under another name, you know how they hide under different names, try to get a data center in Arizona, and the people found out, and it was voted down because of the pressure from the people. So also understand that people in Arizona have more cash than people in Indiana and the Midwest. So I just wanted you to see a little of this, how it started and how it happened, and the response from this is the meeting. Let's play a little bit more.
On a Monday afternoon.
It started with a town hall meeting.
These sessions are really propaganda sessions for the corporation. It's all just been people from the corporation, from Tucson Electric Power, and from Tucson Water to make the case to the public for why this is a good idea.
So, and as in with the meta plant in Memphis, the water company and the electricity companies are also in on these secret deals. And then so now they're having a town hall where the electric company and the water company are trying to sell this deal to you that's going to increase your rates. So pay attention.
During a 2-hour session, some in the audience stood up to ask tough questions of the city and the company behind the project, Beale Infrastructure, a San Francisco-based corporation backed by Blue Owl, a $30 billion investment firm listed on the New York Stock Exchange. Upon completion, it would have had power capacity of 600 megawatts. That's enough to power every home in the city of Tucson. Corporation is trying to secure a deal requiring the city to annex the land the data centers would sit on, allowing them to procure the massive amounts of water directly from Tucson Water.
The water and electricity requirements will increase by maybe double over the next 5 years. Are we prepared for that?
I can only speak for what's in the development agreement for the water.
Pay attention to her. I can only speak for what's in the development agreement for the water.
Agreement for the water portion, because the water is in the development agreement. All of the water infrastructure and maintenance and then upgrades will be paid for through the water rates, which will be assessed by Tucson Water.
All of the water agreements and upgrades will be paid through the water rates, which will be adjusted by Tucson Water. No, but you're plugging in to this, and we are to believe that Tucson Water is going to do right by all of these people who have water bills, as they signed this agreement in the dark of night behind closed doors. Now, watch this. Watch the little smirk on her face get wiped off. She's going to be sitting up there grinning for a period of time until someone give her somebody lets her know that I know who you are and I know what you have done to other communities in the past, bitch. Now, this is a Amazon data center that they're trying to create. So obviously she don't give a fuck what company it is. She is just there to push the agenda, because the person is going to tell you what she did with a Meta data center.
You are asking us to trust Christina with our water when she worked on Meta's data center team for the last 6 years while they were bleeding Georgia dry.
By no means am I asking anybody, even the mayor and council.
Yeah, you're presenting them. You are the ones who are presenting them. You see the smile off her get wiped off her face. Let's see this again. She was smirking when she told you that you were going to pay it, as if you're too stupid to understand that it was going to increase your water bill. And she smiled because she thinks you're dumb.
Be paid for through the water rates, which will be assessed by Tucson Water.
You are asking us to trust Christina with our water when she worked on Meta's data center team for the last 6 years while they were bleeding Georgia dry.
By no means am I asking anybody, even the mayor and council.
So did she ever get up to rebuttal that comment? No, she didn't. No, because she knew she was busted. So let, let me show you one more thing about these data centers. How they are building one as large as Manhattan in broke ass Louisiana. You know, the Speaker of the House, that is his state. You know, the Speaker of the House who don't want anything to come out about these Epstein files. Are they letting anything out about this data center that is going to be for a Meta data center? Now, we've already heard the reputation from somebody in Arizona talking about what they did with the data center in Georgia. These data centers are springing up all over this country as you have idiots telling you how good AI is for you. Let's continue.
I'm standing at the site of Meta's new $10 billion data center in Richland Parish, Louisiana. It'll be the largest data center the company has ever built, about the size of Manhattan. The project is already bringing about big changes to this small town way of life here.
A lot of folks are on their own, and if they are on a very strict budget, they're going to have to adapt, and if they don't, they won't make it.
I don't know that gutting 2,500 acres of land just so we can mine data so that we can better market and sell people stuff, I feel like it's getting carried away.
Why are the data centers coming to the small rural towns? They're coming here to benefit themselves. They're not coming here with intentions on benefiting the community.
Our farmers around here really rely on the water system for irrigating their crops and stuff like that. They deplete the water system, that's going to be a big problem.
In a sense, it feels like, well, yeah, they come take advantage of us poor, dumb, rural folks,
So this data center is going to use about 3 times the energy that New Orleans uses in a year. I'm curious how, if electricity bills go up for people here, how that might impact them.
We're a poor area. It's a huge amount of people that have trouble paying their electric bill currently. There are people who don't own vehicles, they don't have health care. I just think about the people that I know that they won't be able to keep their lights on.
This is a large farming community here in Northeast Louisiana. We're giving our most valuable resource, which is farmland. I want to know, what is Meta doing to give back to the community?
There's a fear.
Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. He's sitting up. If you guys didn't see the presentation about these new glasses that he had, that you're supposed to be able to twist your wrist this way and that way, and take phone calls and review, actually use the glasses as a computer. The screen, the lenses of the glasses is the computer screen and all of this. And he was up there debuting these glasses, and the glasses didn't work. $900 glasses. This is what they're working on. They don't give a fuck about you. They're trying to let you believe that you need all of this bullshit. But all of this farmland that they're taking up, but they're not trying to make sure that the Americans have actual food on their table. No, they ain't doing none of that.
Well, you know who's going to get what they need. It's going to be the people with the most money and the most power. I've worked a very short time in the oil field, South Texas, and working down there, you would be working in a boom town, but you would drive through a different old boom town that is where the oil used to be, but it isn't no more, and it was just a ghost town. Because all that happens when a place like this comes in is the rich, they just get richer.
So, there you have it. You guys need to go over to more
Loneliness.
You need to go over to More Perfect Union and check some of this out. Now, I have just so happened that I have someone else who actually covered this story today. I understand that black people can't take information from some black people. Can't receive information from other black people. Some black people are out here trying to poo-poo the information that I give you on my channel as if I don't understand things, as if I don't have comprehension. In the meantime, the only thing that they prove that they can comprehend is a bunch of bullshit and dumb shit. So you have Negroes over here who will try to make you believe that Ronnie Q don't know what she's talking about. But if a white person tells them something, it's believable all of a sudden. You have to take the information. People can try to tear Ronnie Q down all they want to, but in the end, I am giving you factual information. And that is why I always make sure that I tell you where I got it from. Because Ronnie Q has been black all her life. And Ronnie Q has not been poor and black all her life. But some people have been poor and black all of their lives and want to make you believe that they are some elitists, but they never give you any elite information. They want to pretend like they have all this elite information, but instead of sharing it, they just are regular common West Side niggas who wants to show off for you, but not tell you where they got it from. I tell you where I get the information from. This is information that is impacting us right now, how we live our lives. I'm not a common West Side nigga. I had a father figure in my life. I had a nuclear family that taught me things. You understand? I hope we understand. But let me make it palatable for people who cannot take information from a black woman. Let me share with you this.
So many things suck about living in 2025. You know, we keep saying that we're living through history and we don't want to be living through history. I would like to stop living through history. I wish we could have some calm and tranquil times, not these like incredibly hectic times where everything's changing and everything's getting worse. But one of the things that we haven't focused on enough is the rise of artificial intelligence. Now, AI itself is a menace because, you know, you're going to have jobs are going to be taken away, and also people are literally being driven insane by AI. There's been a number of cases of like AI murderers already who are convinced that the AI wants them to murder, and people have been convinced that they're geniuses because the AI bullshit, and there's a lot of creepy shit going on. But one of the underreported aspects of just how much AI sucks is that you need these gigantic data centers in order to run AI. It requires a tremendous amount of energy to run AI supercomputers. And so we've covered on this channel in Memphis, Tennessee, you have the Grok AI center. And it's basically like poisoned Memphis, Tennessee. And you already have countless examples of it's a majority minority community, largely a black community. And all these people are getting fucking poisoned because of the emissions from this massive Grok data center that just pollutes everything around it 24/7, right? And so, you know, we talked about that. More Perfect Union did a great piece on that. Well, now guess what? Take a look at this. So this is also in More Perfect Union. Mark Zuckerberg is building out a $10 billion Manhattan-sized data center in Richland Parish, Louisiana, in what will be Meta's largest data center in the world. We spoke with farmers and residents in town where 90% of income comes from farming about what's at stake. So let me repeat that. Mark Zuckerberg is building a $10 billion AI data center that's the size of Manhattan. Do you have any idea the emissions that are going to be dumped into the atmosphere as a result of that, and how many people will get sick, and how much that'll speed up climate change, for example? And do you also have any idea how much that's going to make your electricity bills fucking skyrocket? They're going to crash the grid. These motherfuckers, these AI tech billionaire robber barons are going to crash the grid. All because they're trying to build these fucking supercomputers. Jesus Christ. All right. So now I'll play the clip for you here. Take a look.
I'm standing at the site of Meta's new $10 billion data center in Richland Parish, Louisiana. It'll be the largest data center the company has ever built, about the size of Manhattan. The project is already bringing about big changes to this small town way of life here.
A lot of folks are on their own, and if they are on this very strict budget, they're going to have to adapt, and if they don't, they won't make it.
I don't know that gutting 2,500 acres of land just so we can mine data so that we can better market and sell people stuff, I feel like it's getting carried.
So you're going to have all of Louisiana is going to get poisoned from the pollution, the emissions that are pumped out by this giant data center. The electricity bills are going to fucking skyrocket the bill.
Speaking of Louisiana, can y'all cash out me for a smoothie? I need a smoothie. I'm worried about how I can come on here and beg for a little change from y'all. I ain't worried about what's really affecting me and how I live my life. I have no ability to really talk about me and how I live my life because I'm on here trying to act as if I'm some highbrow bitch who's actually married. When I do open lives, but then I come back to you and tell you that it was bullshit. I'm not married to a firefighter. That's kind of not true. But I can come out here and beg for you to buy me a drink, to buy me some liquor. It's my birthday. I can come out here and beg, but I can't give you anything. I cannot give you anything. The same motherfuckers who complain and say and try to rationalize something about Ronnie Q when Ronnie Q does an annual Christmas give back to the subscribers, and everybody has reason against Ronnie Q. This isn't about Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q don't get nothing from it. They can beg from you, but what can they give you that is going to help you in how you live your life? What are they going to give you? They're not going to give you shit but a cash app to send them money on. Let's be clear.
The grid is going to get tested to the max. I mean, this is not good. Now, by the way, here's what's already happening with U.S. electricity prices. Look at this. This is what's...
Look at this. Look at the electricities, how they have gone up astronomically between 2022 and now. Look at this. And they didn't have half as many data centers propped up then. Make it make sense. It does make sense. We're being robbed.
Already happening. Yes, part of this is because of AI, but a lot of it is because of Trump's big bullshit bill and Trump cutting all the funding to the Biden laws that passed. So Biden was creating
all of the clean energy acts that have been dismantled and stopped. All of the wind power, all of the solar power jobs, the clean emission jobs that have been stopped. Speaking of that, More Perfect Union also has an electrician. The story of an electrician that voted for 4547, whose job it was as an electrician was to build solar panels, and now he lost his job. He was working hand over fist under the Biden administration, but he decided to vote for 4547, talking about the economy, and he got the economy ripped from under his ass.
Thousands of jobs in green and renewable technology field.
I don't vote. I don't vote. It don't do you no good to vote. I vote for Trump for his policies. I vote for you if you have to admit that Trump does have good policies. Where are all these people now? Where are all these people now who wanted to have so much to say about the election because Ronnie Q was talking about why it was important to not let this man get in office? Where are all these contrarians now that only had something to say about the election if it went against what Ronnie Q decided to say about the election? Where are all these people now who never dug down and did get any commentary about anything but some stupid shit. But then they wanted to be contrary to what Ronnie Q was saying and pump up all of this 45, 47 bullshit to y'all. Where are they now? Where are they? I'm just asking.
So we were creating green energy, wind energy, solar energy, things of that nature. And there were a lot of jobs that were being, and now Trump just cut the funding for all that. So now what happens when you reduce the amount of wind energy, you reduce the amount of solar energy, you reduce the amount of green and renewable energy that we have in this country and try to double down on fossil fuels? Well, look at what happens as a result of it. Energy prices fucking skyrocket. They skyrocket. But I'm still not done. I mean, he's doing literally everything to tank this country and make it so you can't afford to live. Great example. Remember this? We covered this a while ago. Already the electricity bills are going up, 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 up. But listen to one of the other reasons why that is.
The European Union is going to agree to purchase from the United States $750 billion worth of energy.
Can I show you something? When Donald Trump says $750 billion worth of energy, what he's thinking about is LNG. You see this? This, LNG exports. This, price of electricity. LNG exports, price of electricity. Donald Trump wants to triple this. When Donald Trump triples this, what do you think is going to happen to this? Do you think this is just going to stop going up? I've been telling you guys for a really long time what's coming with electricity bills, much to the dismay of a lot of people who call me a fearmonger and all kinds of stuff. When I say your electric bill will one day, in the near future, be more than your rent or your mortgage, I'm saying it because it's true. You are going to be subsidizing the companies that send all of our natural resources to Europe. Most of you have already seen this showing up on your electric bills. What you need to understand is it's going to get unbelievably worse. You're just seeing the beginning. Because if this wasn't bad enough, now we're going to try to do everything we can to destroy renewable energy at a time when energy demand is growing faster than it's ever grown in the United States in history. This president is completely incompetent when it comes to energy and understanding how it works and how it impacts Americans. If you think high gas prices cause inflation, what do you think is going to happen to the farmer who spends more money on electricity than you could dream of? What do you think is going to happen at Walmart, who spends about $1 billion a year on electricity just in the United States? What do you think is going to happen when that turns into $2 billion a year? This isn't just your electric bill. This?
Some people can't think. What's going to happen? Your prices are going to go up. That's what's going to happen because some people can't think. Some people don't have the capacity to think and think for themselves. They have to be led by dummies. Let's continue.
Is everything.
We're cooked. This will destroy us. What we're doing here is going to fucking destroy us. It's going to destroy us. We're going to have fucking rolling blackouts because of these fucking AI data centers.
I believe you should get your children into AI. AI is the hottest thing that's coming. You got to get your, you know, I work in AI. And, I was just astounded by AI 2 years ago, but now I'm the AI god. I do prompting for AI. You do prompting for AI. You do prompting for AI when this administration don't even want you to have a job. Do you think that AI want a nigga prompting it? Because AI is about holding a nigga down. So are we to believe that this listening motherfucker is doing prompting for AI who is saying that there is an AI bubble coming? But why, if there's an AI, if you believe that there's an AI bubble coming, why are you telling these people in the beef sector? I don't know who this is. Thank you for waiting. I had a delivery. I'm like, who is this knocking at my door? I ain't expecting, but I was expecting that. But if you believe that AI is going to have a bubble, it is going to have a bubble for the bullshit that you're talking, because AI don't need a nigga to prompt anything for it, because AI is not created to give you anything. Anyway, so there's that. Um, so I think that is all. Let me see if there's any more.
We're doubling down on fossil fuels at the same time you're increasing exports of fossil fuels and cutting back on the renewable energy. I mean, again, he says it all right there, but now your energy bill is going to be more than rent. It's going to be more than your mortgage. It's going to be more than, I mean, it's going to be astronomically huge. And what does that do to the stability of the country as well? I mean, now you're really rolling the dice with some revolutionary type shit, because it's all fun and games until people can't afford to eat or they can't afford to keep the fucking lights on. And we are going 1,000 miles an hour in that direction. We're going 1,000 miles an hour in the direction of people not being able to afford to keep the fucking lights on. So this is what we have to look forward to now. Fucking AI data centers, these fucking supercomputers that poison the areas around it, crash the fucking grid, massively increase your electricity bill. And it's at the same time that we're cutting back on green and renewable technology and doubling down on fossil fuels and outsourcing those fossil fuels at the same fucking time. I mean, you want to talk about a perfect storm for widespread pain. This shit will destroy this country.
Okay. There you have it. I have been talking about this for months in detail. Go over and check out More Perfect Union for some information, because sitting up around these idiots, they will not tell you to get a job that is going to actually be paying. Move, Bobby. They're not going to tell you to get you some certification in some field of healthcare. Hold on. Oh no, they're not going to tell you that. They're not going to tell you to get educated in anything that would be around that you may be able to survive on. No, they're going to tell you some bullshit. They are going to tell you that they are so elite in different areas, and they are in only elite in meeting up with people who they say are trash, who they say are beneath them, but they are the ones who meets up with them every chance they get. See, you know, it's something about some black people who get somewhere and they want to tell you all of what they're supposed to be, but don't want to tell you how to get there. And it is just so funny for people to fawn all over these people, and they don't know shit about these people except what they pretend that they are. And you have all of these people fawning over these frauds, fawning over these fraud ass people in this beef sector. It is just amazing how stupid some people prove to be in this beef sector. Anyway, that ain't my problem. Let me continue. Now, I talked to you yesterday about the superintendent of the Oklahoma school district saying that there is going to be, he is going to demand that there be a Charlie Kirk Turning Points USA in every high school, not college, every high school. And if the school did not get a Turning Points USA chapter in these high schools, that he was going to make sure that these high schools were not funded. If you don't remember that, I gave you that information. Now let me share. I think this is it. Let me share this with you. Now we know that we know that Turning Point USA, uh, uh, in my opinion, expound a whole lot of hate speech, a whole lot of anti-blackness, a whole lot of everything that is not that is detrimental to uh, the black community. So they let me let me show you something. You know, Turning Point USA would have you to believe that black women are not intelligent. That was the main thing. Most intelligent people in the United States by certification, by degrees, are black women. Period. So that's why Turning Point USA went so hard on black women. If you don't know, now you know. So let me share something with you that Turning Points USA don't want you to see. Now, why is it that a 31-year-old man always propped himself up in United States colleges, but when he went to Cambridge in London, he failed miserably trying to debate those students. Those students handed him his ass as he tried to debate them because he's so used to debating the students in the United States and these now who was it? Steve Bannon said at the Charlie Kirk political rally that they had the other day. They said it was some type of memorial service, but it was really a political rally. Steve Bannon said that you have to get rid of the teachers and the teachers union because they were basically, what did he call them? Uh, 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 they were basically enemies of the state. Let's say that. Okay, so this is what Charlie Kirk did not want you to see. And then we're going to get into the story about the superintendent of the Oklahoma School District, who says that there needs to be a chapter of Turning Points USA in every high school. I showed you yesterday when some copycats showed up at Tennessee State at a HBCU and set up their little table and said DEI is something. I showed you that yesterday, and they got run out of the school, and then they start lying. They said that they were attacked. They said that it was a race war, and nobody. The only attack that I did see was a verbal assault on their bullshit, where a black man was saying that black people created everything. Black people created architecture. Black people created this, created that. They said that the students refused to have dialogue with them. They said that somebody had a knife and they had planned to stab them with it. Not a knife, a screwdriver, and they had planned to stab them with it. How could they make plans when they showed up at that school, didn't contact the school, didn't get a permit, didn't get a permission to be on that school, and showed up there and put some shit on their table to try to agitate the students where they paid their money to be safe from being agitated by agitators. But all of a sudden, they are victims. They victimized us. It was a race war out there. All of this bullshit. So, this Oklahoma teacher school administrator wants a Turning Point USA to indoctrinate children at the earliest stage possible on the fucking bullshit that is represented by Turning Points USA. So, have you seen this? They say he is such a great debater, but now obviously you're gonna kind of get the gist that they have debated before. You're gonna get the gist that she has cooked him before, and you're gonna see how he's going to try to get out. You're gonna see how he's gonna try to cut her off. Change. He is forever changing uh, the parameters of what they're talking about. You're gonna see all of this. You're gonna see him acknowledge somebody else in the crowd. I'm gonna get to you soon. And soon after he does that, like, she's taking up too much of my time. The crowd, the crowd is the one who says, okay, somebody else, somebody else. As soon as he acknowledged somebody else in the crowd, a little while after, the crowd was like, okay, that's enough of her. That's enough of her. That's how these debates go to the next person organically. Let's watch this.
Lawful and to threaten first weeks in office. About his policy on DEI, as you know, in his first weeks in office, he signed the executive order declaring that DEI is both unlawful and a threat to national unity. And I just kind of want to ask you to elaborate on why DEI is unlawful.
Well, based on the Civil Rights Act, which I have disagreements with, but based on the Civil Rights Act, which is the law of the land, it says you shall not discriminate based on color, race, creed, or origin of nationality.
Yes.
And DEI definitionally does those things.
How does it definitionally do those things?
So, for example, if you say you are going to hire a certain amount of people or have scholarships only for a certain people, you are then prejudicing against another group.
Which group are you prejudicing
So
against?
white people, Asians as well. I mean, white people are an easy one off the top of your head. So for example, in the Harvard admissions case, I said this earlier, the average test score for a black individual was around 1300 SAT, about 3.2 GPA. For a white or Asian, it would be about a 3.9 to 4 GPA and about nearly a perfect SAT. So you are disenfranchising and stereotyping and prejudicing against whites or Asians in favor of blacks.
You're not prejudicing against whites or Asians, though, because DEI is not on a race basis. DEI stands for diversity, equity, and inclusion of all people. Affirmative action is what is intended to address racial inequality, but DEI isn't on the basis of race.
Well, so DEI is a project of the affirmative action movement. So one comes before the other. He signed an executive order against both, for the record, so I wasn't sure which one you were talking about.
I'm talking about DEI.
So DEI, it depends what we mean in practice. So I can give you one example. There are black-only graduation ceremonies at certain schools, or black-only.
I wasn't sure which one you were talking about as we were talking about DEI. Civil rights comes hand in hand with DEI. Civil Rights Act was signed in 1963, 64. And that comes hand in hand with a DEI that was brought about in the 2020 something. They go hand in hand. I didn't know which one you were talking about. Let's go back.
Whites or Asians in favor of blacks.
So what he actually, let's see what her question was. Why should DEI be illegal? I believe was her question. And he said it was based upon a prejudice basically against whites and Asians.
SAT, about 3.2 GPA, race certain people. DEI definitionally does those things, which is the law of the land. It says you shall not discriminate based on color.
You to elaborate on why DEI is unlawful?
Well, based on the Civil Rights.
I want you to elaborate on why DEI is unlawful. It's the question. He's going to go through a whole myriad of bullshit, and she's going to catch him on it.
You to elaborate on why DEI is unlawful?
Well, based on the Civil Rights Act, which I have disagreements with, but based on the Civil Rights Act, which is the law of the land, it says you shall not discriminate based on color, race, creed, or origin of nationality.
Yes.
And DEI definitionally does those things.
He said based on DEI, which I have some problems with, which is the law of the land, only to go back and say that 4547 has signed an executive order against both of them, so he didn't know which one she was talking about. Make it make sense. But they want you to believe that he is the greatest thing, the greatest debater since Notre Dame or somebody.
How does it definitionally do those things?
So, for example, if you say you are going to hire a certain amount of people or have scholarships only for a certain people, you are then prejudicing against another group.
Which group are you prejudiced
So
against?
white people, Asians as well. I mean, white people are an easy one off the top of your head. So, for example, in the Harvard admissions case, I said this earlier, the average test score for a black individual was around 1,300 SAT, about 3.2 GPA. For a white or Asian, it would be about a 3.9 to 4 GPA and about nearly a perfect SAT. So you are disenfranchising and stereotyping and prejudicing against whites or Asians in favor of blacks.
You're not prejudicing against whites or Asians, though, because DEI is not on a race basis. DEI stands for diversity, equity, and inclusion of all people. Affirmative action is what is intended to address racial inequality, but DEI isn't on the basis of race.
Well, so DEI is a project of the affirmative action movement. So one comes before the other. He signed an executive order against both, for the record. So I wasn't sure which one you were talking about.
For the record, I just heard you say that affirmative action is the law of the land, in your argument to her trying to bring in affirmative action into and race into DEI. So I think that race does equate to DEI. You really showed your hand that you are against DEI because you don't want black people to get in any way. In any way you are against a black person possibly getting ahead. Whether it be through affirmative action, which you said you had problems with, but it is the law of the land. But now all of a sudden, let's continue.
I'm talking about DEI.
So DEI, it depends what we mean in practice. So I comes before the other. He signed an executive order against both, for the record. So I wasn't sure which one you were talking about.
I'm talking about DEI.
So DEI, it depends what we mean in practice.
He wasn't sure what she was talking about. No, you're not sure what you're talking about. And she was clear on what her question was. Now you were unsure what she was talking about. Do you see the bullshit? Let's continue. I ain't gonna interrupt no more. Maybe I will.
So I can give you one example. There are black-only graduation ceremonies at certain schools, or black-only dormitories.
But those are kind of student-led. I mean, I'm part of a black-only organization, and it's run by students. It's not through the school.
Let's play it out. So if there is a black-only, let's pretend.
Now she told him definitively that's not through the school. That is led by the students. This is not a actual Let's play this out. What is there to play out? If you have something to counter what she said, that this is not per the school, then play that out.
Certain schools, or black-only dormitories.
But those are kind of student-led. I mean, I'm part of a black-only organization, and it's run by students. It's not through the school.
Let's play it out. So if there is a black-only, let's pretend, which it's not, that building is black-only. If I said that, if that building was white,
like the campus center?
No, I said let's pretend it's not.
Yes, hypothetically, yes.
Hypothetically, if that building was white only, you would agree that's a violation of the Civil Rights Act.
Yes, but there are no buildings on campus that are black only and white only.
Well,
and by the way,
but there are on other campuses.
No,
though.
but in those dormitories that are like culturally specific, you don't have to be that culture to live there. They're not going to not allow you to be black to live in a black dormitory.
You would
no,
be
Ujima
surprised.
at Stanford. White people do live at Ujima. That's not.
I don't know about that specific example, but if it says black-only dormitory.
But it doesn't say black only.
But okay, how about this? How about if we had? Well, it does.
It doesn't. Where? Where does it say that?
Just to be clear, well, in the title. But let's pretend it says
where?
black.
Like what school? Where does it say black only building?
Eastern Washington University, Portland State University, just off the top of my head, San Jose State University.
They say black only dormitory. And if a white person were to apply to live there,
it's a black affinity cultural space of which only black individuals are accepted and governed for black individuals. But But can we have white affinity cultural spaces?
You can have a white affinity cultural space. The activity is, the issue is
See,
that
I
you're
think
saying
that's against
black
the Civil Rights
only.
Act.
It's not black only. It's a black affinity cultural space, but anyone is invited if they would like to participate.
I would, first of all,
You cannot legislatively not
I
allow
agree.
someone of any race to participate in
no,
something. That doesn't exist.
We agree. That's the spirit of the diversity, equity, inclusion order, is that DEI in practice, again, we have to go through example after example, is discrimination, prejudice,
Well,
and
let's talk
segregation.
about DEI in practice. Let's
Okay.
talk about DEI programs in the workforce, because DEI programs in the workforce happen to benefit veterans. They benefit people with disabilities. They benefit people at an economic desperate. They benefit lots of people that is not just on the basis of race. And to me, it feels like you're conflating DEI with pro-blackness or black only,
So
which is
let's-
not the definition of DEI.
So let's take a high-profile DEI example. Is that cool? Just maybe one we can play around with.
Okay.
Which I got me in a lot of viral trouble, which I don't care. Which is pilots.
I got in a lot of viral trouble too. I
Hey.
was debating this guy,
I
you
know. And he kept interrupting you.
He did.
I know, right? Which is this? Which is that, let's say DEI. A project of DEI at United Airlines was that we want to get 40% of our pilots to be black or women of color, or women or people of color.
40%.
Okay, so, black or women, people of color. Now, I've already been through this, but this United Airline thing, the past 2 lives. Let me share my sync screen. Let me share my screen with you. He said the University of Washington. Black students dash only housing set up at Washington University. The university is in the state of Washington, has introduced a new program of black affinity housing. The exact same that she said. It aims to create a caring and connected community among residents and support wellness centering the black experience. Western Washington University will provide a space for 40 students to live in the housing. It didn't say 40 black only students, which is located on the 4th floor of the college alum Clark Glass Hall. The building is named for the first black student who attended the university. Other colleges have introduced similar black affinity housing programs, and there has been criticism of the program, with some comparing it to the racial segregation of the past. Western Washington University website said that the housing program will explore and celebrate the diversity of black African American people and culture with historical and contemporary contexts. All Western students residing in the program help foster a warm and vibrant community. Black affinity housing residents representing all diverse identities pride themselves in fostering a sense of belonging for all residents by creating a safe environment for open, honest, and sometimes challenging dialogue, the college went on. Regular programmatic events and interactions allow students to deepen knowledge and understand themselves, peers, and the world. Residents in a black affirmity-based housing are encouraged to participate in periodic community programming and dialogue intended to build community, promote learning, and support wellness, centering the black experience. The description went on. Staff will organize opportunities for residents to attend Black Centers events and general university program as a group, the college website said. Western Washington University said it consulted with multiple universities on the process of setting up the housing program. They hosted a webinar in April. Western University noted that it was not breaking down on some new something new by introducing this type of housing. Several other universities across the U.S. has also implemented similar measures. Okay, let me see. Let me see if it says that. I see nothing saying. I see everything saying it is what she said, but I see nothing saying what he said it was. So let's get back to the debate. Let's get back to the debate. So that's what I could find on that. Let's get back to the debate. Shall we? A keyword diverse. Exactly. The key word is diverse. There is nothing about a black only. So it's bullshit. Here we go. Let me go back up. We're getting into the pilots and the D.
Well, just maybe one we can play around with.
Okay.
Which I got me in a lot of viral trouble, which I don't care. Which is pilots.
I got in a lot of viral trouble too. I
Hey.
was debating this guy,
I
you
know. And you kept interrupting you.
You did.
I know, right? Which is this? Which is that, let's say DEI, a project of DEI at United Airlines was that we want to get 40% of our pilots to be black or women of color, or women or people of color.
40%.
50. I'm sorry, to get up to 50. It was at like 6%. So therefore, they wanted to make a push towards that, and it was currently at 6%. We look at that and we say, wow, you're going to have to lower standards to get to that goal.
Why would you have to lower standards?
Well, because
Are you saying that black people are inherently inferior?
I'm saying the opposite. I'm saying that black people are only 13% of the population. So you want 13% of the population.
Women are not 13% of the population. Women are 50% of the population.
Yeah, but women do not make up a majority of people that want to become pilots. In fact,
what?
Vast majority of women don't want to be pilots.
Maybe they would want to become pilots if the barriers for entry
Well,
weren't.
see that now we're going down a different but equally fun direction, which is male-female differences.
Oh, now you're changing the topic. That's what we're doing. No, you're changing the topic. We were on this, why it is bad to have, you brought up United Airlines with 6% diversity in their pilots, and now we're going down something different. No, motherfucker, we're not. You're changing the topic.
Men much more likely want to be involved in heavy machinery mechanics. They want to be pilots. They want to be tank operators. They want to be police officers. Whereas...
What? What? So all of these female police officers, all these female mechanics, they don't count, they don't matter. There are male jobs and female jobs, is what you're saying? Oh yeah, I forgot they are part of the Christian nationalists with these track wives that feel that they don't even need to vote. Their husbands should vote for them. They're under that belief. These Christian nationalists, I showed you a clip of the Christian Nationalist Church that sprung up in Washington, D.C., that Pete Hegseth was in attendance for their service. You know, the Pete Hegseth, the War Department, the head of the War Department, with the Christian nationalist tattoo on his chest, saying that it is a tattoo representing the Crusades, the Christian Crusades, which was nothing more than Christian. White nationalists itself. Is that what we're talking about? Is that where we're going? Mr. I'm not a Christian. I never said I'm a Christian nationalist. I'm a Christian and I'm a nationalist. Let's continue.
Women much more likely want to be, I'll get to you, Mason. Don't worry, and I remember your name.
Yes, can Mason go? They won't let him go because he's
I'll
not
let Mason
USC.
go. I'll let Mason go.
Let me interrupt here for a minute. You see how just basic questions trip Charlie Kirk up? But this is
now he all tripped up. Now he's acknowledging somebody else. So she said they won't let him go because he's not from USC. So obviously this is at USC. Obviously he has debated her before. He said, because I kept getting interrupted, and she said, yeah, I kept getting interrupted. So now he's acknowledging someone else in the audience. Okay, let's continue.
ideas. He can't debate crap when he don't even know simple facts. But let's go ahead and continue.
Just Mason, have some patience. We did this last time, okay? But do you understand, at least from our perspective, because it's no good for us to go back and forth again, maybe from our perspective, that we worry that the pursuit of diversity can mean the compromising of excellence.
Charlie Kirk, this
you have not fleshed any of that out. You wanted to, from our perspective, it means the what do you say, diverting excellence.
Good for us to go back and forth again, maybe from
It's not good for us to go back and forth again. No, we're not going back and forth. You're supposed to be debating her on why what was the even question? Why it would be bad to have more women and black pilots, but then you try to black people are only 13% of the population. Well, women are 50% of the population. Well, women don't want to go into things like that. Women want to cook and bake and all of this, and men want to be engineers and pilots and all of this. You divert the whole you divert the whole debate to acknowledge somebody in the crowd that doesn't even go to USC, to tell him that you're going to get to them. And she says, yeah, let Mason go. They wouldn't let him go because he doesn't go to USC. So you already know that USC don't want anything but USC students go there to debate you. But you're running from the debate by addressing somebody who you know that shouldn't be debating you, telling them that you're going to get to them. And then when you come back to the debate, there's no reason for us to go back and forth about this, because what we believe as Christian nationalists is what?
Perspective, that we worry that the pursuit of diversity can mean the compromising of excellence.
We worry that the pursuit of diversity could compromise. What did he just say? Lord have mercy. I am so into can compromise excellence.
Charlie Kirk, this country is diverse. You can't just say the pursuit of diversity is compromising excellence. Diversity literally just means difference. This country is 13% black, it's 14% immigrant, it's 1/5 of every person in this country is Hispanic, it's 7% homosexual, and 50% of the country disagrees with you.
Okay,
diversity is America. You cannot say
all of that is true.
That you
Hold on.
are America first if you do not care about half of America.
I care about them so much, in fact.
You care about them so much that you don't want to give them
I didn't interrupt you.
access
I care
to
about
equal rights.
Well, hold on. No one said rights. Hold on a second. No. I care about them.
It is. It's equal rights. It's
Naima,
equal
let
access.
Let me finish. Now, who's interrupting who? I care about them so much. I want the only thing that they're ever judged on is to be their character or their competency, not their skin color.
Okay, so you want it to be a meritocracy. You want it to be so let's talk about a meritocracy.
Okay.
What experience does Kash Patel have to run the FBI?
He has amazing experience.
No,
In
he
fact,
doesn't. He wanted to start a UFC fighting program
He has amazing
in the FBI.
experience. I got 5 words in. He was the most important thing. He was a public defender.
Oh, okay. Well, speaking of Kash Patel experience did no good in finding out who shot Charlie Kirk. As he faltered around and made announcements about people who were apprehended, and then had to go back and say, "Oh no, this ain't the person." That Kash Patel. Isn't it odd that he is trying to say that Kash Patel has merit to chair the FBI? Isn't it ironic that that would be one person in particular he was asked about? Let's continue.
That's not what that's not the job of the FBI. He has no experience in the FBI.
He was a public
UFC fighting
He has
program
amazing
at the FBI.
experience. I got 5 words in. He was the most important thing. He was a public defender.
That's not what that's not the job of the FBI. He has no experience in the FBI.
He was a public defender and he was a special prosecutor.
Was he ever a member of the FBI?
No, but
he doesn't have the merit to have
hold
that
on a
job.
second.
All right, let's do another example.
But
What experience does Linda McMahon? What
done.
experience does Linda McMahon have to run?
She ran the Small Business Administration in the first term, which is a big, big organization. She was the head of the SBA.
When she was the CEO of WWE,
I'm not going to talk about that. She ran the SBA.
One of her employees was engaging in pedophilic behavior with their ring boys under her watch.
I'm not going to defend that.
And now she is somehow qualified to be responsible for all of America's children?
Hold on a second. She was previously a cabinet secretary and then became a different cabinet secretary. That's like a one-to-one.
Yeah, and then before that, she was enabling a pedophile.
So what you're first of all, I don't know about that instance. If that's true, that's wrong.
That's very much true. How do you not know about that, Charlie?
I don't know about
very much.
Okay. Again,
public information. It's really important to know that the head of the Department of Education is currently in a lawsuit.
But let me finish the point, which is that the WWE can be easily made fun of. That's a serious business, though. It's a multi-billion-dollar business.
It is, that engaged in pedophilic activity.
Of which I denounce. I don't support that. However, she was head of the SBA, and now she's head of the Department of Education. Tell me another unqualified person.
Another unqualified person?
Is Marco Rubio
unqualified?
Okay.
No, actually, I think Marco is slightly more qualified.
Let's talk about Hegseth. He's the most qualified because he actually accepted enemy fire and lost loved ones and friends of his own.
That doesn't make you...
Hold on.
Dude,
to run the U.S. military, to be a warrior, not just an academic general, that's very important.
Look, dude, I respect veterans. My boyfriend's a veteran. I love veterans. That being said, not every person who is a veteran is qualified to run the Department of Defense.
I think he's also shown the last couple of weeks he's doing a pretty phenomenal job. The prior head of the DOD, Lloyd Austin, could barely climb up a flight of stairs. Pete Hegseth is up at 5 a.m. doing PT with the troops, running miles, and then doing an entire day at the Pentagon.
He could hardly run up a flight of stairs. Thank you, Liz. I appreciate you helping me reach my goals. He could what is about 30 years older than Hegseth. So he can't age. He can't get health problems. While Hegseth, while you're talking about all the pull-ups that he was doing women pull-ups and throwing his legs way up in the air to even accomplish these pull-ups. Is this what we're saying? That is let me hold on. Let's compare and contrast. Here we go. Let's compare and contrast. If you have not watched Ronnie Q, he said that this man could barely run up a flight of stairs, and because Hegseth could do pull-ups, he was more qualified than Lloyd Austin. Who is Lloyd Austin? Of course, Lloyd Austin is a black man who was who term was up and got replaced with Hegseth. Let's compare and contrast the defense secretaries, shall we? Since he can do pull-ups, what did Lloyd Austin do in his career of service to this country? That's why you have to know some facts.
Rugby, and he ran track at West Point. He also did 2 master's degrees and got an MBA on top of that. Rifle platoon leader, scout platoon leader, then company executive officer, battalion commander, and then brigade commander in the 82nd Airborne. He helped lead the initial invasion of Baghdad in March 2003. He rolled his mechanized division.
Does that don't count, Rachel? How many pull-ups did he do, Rachel? How many overhand bitch-made women pull-ups did he do, Rachel?
Right from the Kuwait border, overland, right into the center of Baghdad. Won a Silver Star for his valor in that operation. Then to Afghanistan, where he led the 10th Mountain Division. Then he became Chief of Staff at CENTCOM. Then he was the top U.S. commander in the Iraq War, in the whole war. He was actually the one who wound down U.S. forces at the end of the Iraq War. He was then named Vice Chief of Staff of the United States Army. Then he went back to CENTCOM, this time as commander of CENTCOM. Then he built and led...
Rachel, what is all that shit on his left chest of his jacket? What is all of that shit on the left part of his jacket? Are those bars? Are those where he accommodations? Not accommodation. What do you call it? Are those is it what is not accommodations? Are those marks of things that he has done in the service to get these bars on his chest? What is on Pete Hegseth's chest? He has a fold up pocket square of the American flag in his on his breast. That's what Pete Hegseth walks around with. Isn't it against the law to desecrate the American flag? So with him folding up that flag as his pocket square because he has absolutely no bars to put on his chest, and Charlie Kirk is talking about motherfucking pull-ups and climbing stairs. Do you think that this man, with all of these accolades on his chest, didn't climb a couple of stairs in his life? Let's continue.
The force that waged the war against ISIS. And then, and only then, was he considered for the really big job, Secretary of Defense. And that is the man who just left office as Secretary of Defense. The man who just arrived to take his job, he was a platoon leader in the National Guard, but now he too is Secretary of Defense. Both of them obviously honorable records of service, not equivalent though, I think you'd say, in terms of demonstrated leadership, experience, complex organizational management experience in particular.
What's that in his pocket? What is that? What is that on his breastplate? A folded up American flag. The same suit, the same American flag, the same red, white, and blue tie, and the same brown shoes that he has on in every time you see him in a suit. Is this a uniform? Does he have 5 to 7 of them that he changes out, or is he sitting on the same funky farts today that he sat in on yesterday in this tired ass suit with its pocket square? Are we serious right now? Let's continue.
I mean, 4-star General Lloyd Austin had led like a whole war or two. And he had been Chief of Staff and then Commander at CENTCOM just before being named as Defense Secretary. CENTCOM is the part of the U.S. military that has as its area of responsibility the Middle East and Central Asia and South Asia. That was what he was in charge of. I mean, that was his experience heading in to become Defense
Say what? Any questions? Any questions?
Secretary. That's who has just left as Defense Secretary. The guy who has just arrived, well, just before he was named as Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, he led 1/3 of the famous Curvy Couch on the Fox and Friends Fox News Channel weekend show. I have to say, it may be that he led 1/4 of the couch, not 1/3. I'm not totally sure how many hosts they have, but we could only find these pictures of him sharing with 2, so maybe he held down 1/3.
Is that the same blue suit too? Is that the same blue suits looking like tights on his calves? Is that the same funky blue suit? Do tell.
That said, prior to his time at the Fox News Channel, Mr. Hegseth also ran into the ground two small right-wing veterans groups amid allegations, which he denies, of wild financial mismanagement, nepotism, sexual harassment, public drunkenness, and even drinking on the job. For one of those...
Hold on. Charlie Kirk, did you forget to add that to the repertoire of experience that Hegseth had?
Organizations, an independent forensic accountant found evidence of gross financial mismanagement while Pete Hegseth was administering that organization. And so then they made him Secretary of Defense. Two guys, same job. And, you know, maybe he got the job based on merit and demonstrated capability.
Look at here. Look at the pins on these two people, and they want you to believe that Lloyd Austin did not deserve the job he had. And when Hegseth got into office, what was one of the first things he started doing? He started taking rank from 4-star black generals. This is what it is. Okay. Let me see how she ends this debate. God knows. What a joke. Exactly, Liz. What a joke. And this is who they want to put his organization in all high schools to indoctrinate your kids on what he believes. Let's continue.
And you might say that doesn't matter. I actually think physical fitness and being a good example to our troops is very important when you're the head of the Department of Defense.
Okay, but being the head of the Department of Defense is not about doing push-ups.
Hold on, but
he was the head of the Department of Defense. It looked like he is, if not in his 60s, he's definitely in his late 50s. So being the head of the Department of Defense, he should be able to do a certain amount of push-ups. See, this is the bullshit. This is the bullshit. This is the bullshit that they want to indoctrinate all of the high school people in the city, in the state of Oklahoma. They should have a chapter of this on every high school campus.
First of all, it's actually just refreshing versus Mark Milley and Lloyd Austin. But secondly, I will say the criteria is that he's a warrior's warrior. He's someone that was in the front lines and actually received medals and knows what it's like to lose loved ones.
He's a warrior's warrior. He's received medals and know what it's like to lose loved ones. As if a career officer, Lloyd Austin and Mike Milley, who he threw in there, who got a little side kick in there. They don't know. You know, Mark Milley had bad things to say about 45-47. So that's why he got a little roundhouse in this windmilling for bullshit that Kirk is doing up there now. He got medals. Do you not see all the medals on Lloyd Austin's chest? But I guess he didn't get no medals. As this motherfucker walk around with a flag, desecrating the flag. My God. Jesus.
The other people that were qualified, Naima, were people that got us in endless wars, people that never saw combat. I think it's finally time that we...
People got us in endless wars. What has this administration been doing? Since the first week, they have been striking, not Ethiopia, is it Somalia? No, it's not Somalia. It's not Ethiopia. They have been striking in Africa. They have been striking in Yemen. They have attacked 3 fishing boats, saying that they are fighting narco terrorists, Venezuelan gangs. They have struck Iran. They have given all of these weapons to Israel to continue a genocide in Israel. Hold on. If you are equating that they have us in endless wars, has the attack on Iran been closed out now? So are we done with Iran? No, we're not done with Iran. You be a fool if you think that we are done with Iran. And the simple fact that the Defense Department is the one who declares war. No, no one has declared a war, but they have sure done a whole lot of striking under this administration, as if it's okay, as if they don't have to even declare war. But under Mark Milley, under Lloyd Austin, these are not the people who declare war. They ain't got us into nothing. The administrations are the ones with Congress approval are the ones who declare war and get us into wars. Are you fucking serious?
You have someone in combat that runs the Secretary of Defense. I think that's immensely qualified.
Okay, sure. So we'll take Pete Hegseth for Department of Defense.
Yes, he's
we'll
doing a
take
great job.
someone who enabled pedophilia for the Department of Education.
That's an unfair
We'll take Kash Patel, who has never worked in the FBI.
He was a prosecutor, so the FBI...
That's an unfair categorization. But it's a fact. And you want to, let's not talk about that part of the fact. Okay, let's continue.
Dude, do you remember what he said when he first got the nomination?
Do you want to go back to Kash Patel for a
he
second?
He said, yeah. I'm like, this is sick.
Okay,
that
can we go back to Kash Patel, though?
That is, like, insanely inappropriate.
Can we go back to Kash Patel? So, he was himself a prosecutor that tried cases. That's a law enforcement mechanism. I think they're...
Right. So, as you...
And at that point, the crowd interrupts and says, it's our turn now. She's tearing you apart. No more. What a joke. Laughable. I wonder what the military generals think about Hegseth. I would love to be a fly on the wall when they are together talking. Let me tell you something. If you do not know, our military had to scramble some aircraft, some jets last night, early this morning, to the coast, to the Alaska coast, because of some incoming Russian planes. Did y'all know about that? My goals are still open. I don't think, let me see if I met my goals. If you don't know that we had to send some planes, you know, Alaska, where 45, 47 met Putin on our soil, had our military on their knees rolling out the red carpet, and now early this morning they had to scramble jets. Let me pull that. I got a whole lot of shit pulled up. Let me pull up that story. Let me pull up that story. Here we are. Let me make sure I get it from here, yes. Here we go. Let me share this with you if you are unaware of this. That link is in my description box. That is the first link. Let's talk about facts. That debate that I just played you. Here we go. Let's talk about the Russian having to scramble because Russians either enter our airspace or were close to entering our airspace to sound alarms that we had to get planes in the air. Now we know that Russia has entered the airspace of three of our G7 partners, and Trump has nothing to say about it.
Military had to scramble fighter jets as it appeared that Russian aircraft were approaching the Alaskan air defense ID zone. Listen to what happened over the radio systems as these Russian planes were approaching the Alaskan airspace. Here, play this clip.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage Center on 123.9er today. 123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Yes, and it since has been confirmed the KC-135s and an E-3 alongside an unknown number of fighter jets were scrambled yesterday evening due to unknown aircrafts, likely Russian, operating in or near the Alaska Air Defense Identification Zone, known as the ADIZ right there. And you heard that on radio. We'll wait to get more information, but it certainly seems that Vladimir Putin is testing Alaska's air defense, testing Donald Trump here, and sees utter weakness in Donald Trump. And of course, picking Alaska, the location where Putin was given the red carpet treatment as Donald Trump had the United States military go down on their knees in one of the images that will be etched in American history as one of the most.
I did show you that image. That was one of my image. I didn't pull it up. I didn't know. I forgot I was going to be talking about this. The military down on their knees at the stairs of Putin the plane, making sure that the red carpet was laid down smoothly for Putin.
Embarrassing moments ever, most humiliating moments ever. Another moment would be this, Donald Trump's speech at the United Nations. No doubt Vladimir Putin seeing Donald Trump give that speech and again, sensing utter weakness, testing a very, very weak individual. As Governor Newsom posted about this. Wow, very deep and profound by Donald Trump. Here, play this clip.
Your country is going to fail. And I'm really good at predicting things, you know. They actually said during the campaign they had a hat. The best-selling hat. Trump was right about everything. And I don't say that in a braggadocious way, but it's true. I've been right about everything.
I just wanted to show you that short clip right there because it's
okay. I think is there more on this Russian
seems
shit?
that Putin and Americans' enemies are seeing that and believing that what Donald Trump is focused on is just blowing up fishing boats off the coast of Venezuela and killing people somewhat indiscriminately on the coast of Venezuela without providing any data who these people are, if any innocent people are being killed, versus actually showing robust leadership, because the Trump family is more focused on doing things like this. Yesterday, big announcement from the Trump family that they will be relaunching Trump vodka. I'm not making this up, folks. The Trump family made this post yesterday on their official Instagram accounts. They opened up a new Trump vodka Instagram account, and that's one of the things they're focused on, Trump vodka. So I just
Get money, because you got to have some cash in this land of milk and honey. Get money. You got to have some cash in this land of milk and honey. They're getting money. That's what they're doing.
just want to get this straight, like just make sure we're all on the same page here. Trump vodka, they're focused on bringing a UFC fight in front of the White House. They're focused on Donald Trump's travels to the UK, where he was gallivanting with King Charles in golden carriages. We're bailing out Argentina and Javier Milei. You've got Donald Trump destroying the Rose Garden and turning it into something that they're calling Club Rose Garden. They're building a 90,000 square foot ballroom, destroying the East Wing of the White House, which belongs to us, the people.
But what are they doing for you, the American people? What are they, let me drop this link in the description box because I may have added it. I'm not sure if I've added it. If I have not added it, I'm gonna put Alaska. Alaska alert. That is this link. If you want to go over there and check it out, be sure to go over to the Midas Touch and check out some information. Now, I have not heard this, but I didn't hear much media today. If anybody here had already heard about these planes scurrying to the Alaskan border, let me know. I haven't heard this on for-profit media at all today. At all. Okay, so let's get back to Oklahoma. Why was I talking about Oklahoma? Why was I talking about Oklahoma? Let me see. Let me get out of here. And let's get to the Oklahoma of it all. Oh, before I get to the Oklahoma of it all, I need to talk about the voting rights. You remember the Supreme Court was going to take up Article 2 on the Voting Rights Act in Louisiana. So unfortunate news, and what this means for Black voters.
Mark, we've got a major update from the U.S. Supreme Court, something that you and I have spoken about at length, and it seems that what we have feared as far as the Supreme Court is concerned seems to be coming true. Can you explain what this update at the court is?
Yeah, Brian, we finally have the brief from the Department of Justice in the very important Voting Rights Act case out of Louisiana, and this brief is a blockbuster and not in a good...
Hey, verbal assassin. Verbal assassin. They said that there was video of that guy who was hung at a school in Mississippi. They said that the video was supposed to be out later that day. Have you heard any update about this video that they said they had? And did you know that they told the parents that they found him unalived in his bed when in fact he was hanging by a tree? If you want to hit the link and update us on that, you are more than welcome, because I have been wondering about that. Is she still here? If she's still here, if you want to hit the link and tell us more about that, I would appreciate that. So I'm going to finish this, and if she hits the link, we'll check that out.
Good way. The Department of Justice, after 70 years of being the keeper of the Voting Rights Act, the agency under Democrats and Republicans that have sought to protect and ensure that minority voters do not have their voting rights diluted, well, the Trump Department of Justice has filed a brief saying that Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, the test that has been used to protect Black voters, minority voters, it should be rewritten and essentially gutted so that states would have much freer reign to draw maps that discriminated against Black voters, had the effect of discriminating against Black voters. This is a dark day for democracy, but I can promise everyone we are going to fight this. We are not going to bow down to Donald Trump and his Department of Justice, and we are going to insist that the U.S. Supreme Court stand by decades upon decades of its own precedent and reject this effort to undermine minority voting rights.
Mark, just so that folks who are watching right now can appreciate the gravity of this case in particular, can you explain a little bit of what would happen in the event that Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act is gutted at the hands of the Supreme Court?
Yeah, and this case is a good illustration, right? Louisiana, after the 2020 census, drew a map that failed to protect the rights of its Black citizens. It drew a map with 1 rather than 2 Black opportunity districts, which is just a fancy way of saying they created maps that disadvantaged Black voters in violation of federal law, in violation of a federal law first passed by Congress in 1965. It has been updated on a bipartisan basis ever since. Until recently, it was viewed by Republicans and Democrats alike as the crown jewel of American democracy. Well, my law firm and others brought a lawsuit that struck down that first map and required a new map that complied with the Voting Rights Act. The state of Louisiana passed that new map, and that is why, as we record this today, after the 2024 election, there are now 2 rather than 1 Black candidates of choice in the congressional delegation in Louisiana. Well, what happened next is to be predicted. A group of white, non-Black plaintiffs brought a challenge saying that this new map violates their rights. And this is the kind of case that should have just been dismissed out of hand. And in fairness to the trial court, it was dismissed, like it was rejected.
It it violates their rights because they only have two voting blocks uh, that protects black voters. They want all of them. We want all of the voting blocks in Louisiana to be Republican voter blocks. We do not want to protect any voting rights for black people, is what they said. It was thrown out of court. They appealed it all the way up to the Supreme Court. Now the Supreme Court is fucking around.
But the U.S. Supreme Court has taken this case up, and there will be argument in it, actually re-argument.
Now, the Supreme Court could have thrown this out as well, but they did not. So what do you think is going to happen?
In it this October. It was heard last term, and rather than the Supreme Court just rejecting this with the back of the hand, they considered it and set it for this re-argument in October. And so we have been waiting to see what position the parties take in this case relative to the positions they took when it was heard last term. Now, last term, the state of Louisiana defended this map, and the Department of Justice defended this map, along with the parties that were involved in litigation. Well, now we see the state of Louisiana and its officials backing away from this map. They're now retreated and said that this map should be struck down, even though they enacted it. And now in this blockbuster filing, the DOJ itself has reversed its position. Not just its position in this case, though, Brian, its position in literally dozens upon dozens of cases where both Democratic and Republican attorneys general and their solicitor generals have defended the Voting Rights Act under the so-called Jingles test, which has been in place now for decades. And what they want to replace it with, Brian, is something that would be the Voting Rights Act in name only. You know, it would basically say that unless the map that is being offered by plaintiffs to replace an illegal map, unless it essentially accomplishes the same political objectives as the state on a partisan basis and can therefore sort of deconstruct race from party, and the initial map intentionally discriminated based on race, the state's map stands. Well, that's an impossible test. I mean, you know, where you have black voters voting overwhelmingly for Democratic candidates, you're never going to be able to disentangle race from party. So what they're basically saying is, if the state of Louisiana discriminates against black voters, too bad, unless those black voters can show that they can pass a map that will still favor Republicans while vindicating the right of black voters. It's nonsensical. It is cynical. But we're going to fight it, and we're going to prevent this from going into effect.
Just a quick side note for everybody who's watching right here. The reality is that Mark and his team are the ones litigating this stuff in the courts. This isn't just us talking about it from a media perspective. This is Mark who's actually fighting this fight on the front line. So for anybody who wants to support his work where it matters most, the best way to do that, small step we can all take, is to sign up for Democracy Docket. It's the news outlet he founded to focus on everything voting in elections. I'm going to put the
I'm gonna drop his link as well. He has his own channel. Let me drop the link to Democracy Docket in the chat. I'm gonna drop. You should go over there and check out his channel as well. I like it when the lawyers break it down smooth and simple for us. The Constitution of stripping blacks. Yes, here is Democracy Docket. Let me drop this for you. Here we go. Okay. There it is. There's a link to that channel. Now let's get to Oklahoma. Oklahoma. Oh, I don't know the rest of the words to that song. Let's get to Oklahoma. Here we go. Let me see something. Let me. Ryan Walters. Now, I had previously gave you a lot of information on Ryan Walters, and he's the one who wanted to buy the Bibles for the schools, and he purchased something like $500,000 worth of Bibles for the public schools. He also said that there are lessons that could be taught out of the Bibles, and Ryan Walters also put in a private school that would take money from Oklahoma school system, a private online school. A private online school that is based in Arizona, and he inducted them into the Oklahoma school system, and the board was not happy about giving their money that was for Oklahoma school students to an online class that was based in Arizona, and Ryan, what is his name? Walters actually showed up at one of these meetings in Arizona, and they would not allow him to speak. I showed you that in one of my lives when I was talking about him. They would not let him speak because he was trying to uplift this school that Arizona was throwing out of their school system because it got D's across the board. But Ryan Walters, the superintendent of Oklahoma school system, thought that it was a good thing to add this school to their curriculum and to pay money for people who wanted to send their kids to this school as opposed to Oklahoma school. The name of it is American Virtual Academy, known as Primavera. It has been targeted for closure by the Arizona chapter of board, according to reporting by the Phoenix television station KPX. The board noted that the school received D letter grades for its academic performance for 3 consecutive years. The board decision was being appealed. Now, this is who he decided to take up into the Oklahoma school system and spend school dollars on this school. Why did he decide to take this up? Because this is some type of patriotic school system that teach you patriotic things. Instead of teaching you normal things, they are on a school that teaches your students K through 12 patriotic lessons. Now, I also told you that this same Ryan Walters, who was caught up in, oh, I didn't know there was porn on my TV when I had parents coming here to change their child's school district. Miraculously, some gay women porn showed up on the TV that was connected to his personal computer, and I said yesterday I didn't know what the outcome of that was. The outcome of that was the sheriff decided that he was not going to press any charges because he felt that he didn't know that that this man knew that this was being shown on the TV as the rest of the school board staff yelled about, what is that on your TV? No, he was unaware of any of this. So now, now the latest thing that Ryan Waters insisted upon was that every high school has Prager. I mean, has Turning Points USA in their schools, in their high schools. So he made an announcement that every high school should have Turning Point USA. He also made an announcement that any teacher coming to Oklahoma to teach in their school district will have to pass a kind of like purity test and that to make sure that they were not indoctrinated with leftist propaganda. And who created this test that these teachers would have to take to teach in Oklahoma schools? None other than PragerU. You know, the PragerU who have cartoons for kids with Christopher Columbus saying that, well, yeah, we took the slaves over there, but it was better than dying, wasn't it? That same PragerU. Okay. Now, after all of this, after he didn't show up for the for the monthly student board, I mean teacher the monthly board meeting that they have every month. He refused to show up, so the board hired an attorney, and then come to find out on yesterday, he was in a news station in a tight little corner, and he showed up on Fox News. And what did he announce on Fox News? He announced on Fox News yesterday that he was leaving his job as the Oklahoma school superintendent. The school didn't know. Fox News was the first one who got this information, and then he was in a studio in Oklahoma. So he was in a news studio. So somebody grabbed a microphone and started asking him questions about, you're leaving? What's going on? Why are you leaving? And he refused to open his mouth. So let's get into this bullshit. Where is this bullshit? Let me see. Here we go. If you guys didn't know this, after all of this, this is what he's up to. Here we go. Let me share this with you. Oklahoma school superintendent flees in fear from reporter when confronted about quitting his job. He just quit. He just quit his job. Let's get into this.
Can you tell us when you're stepping down and when this job is coming to a close for you?
Hold on, I have it on double speed. Let me slow it down.
Ryan, you just mentioned online that you're going to work for this non-teachers union. What do you want to say to Oklahomans who might feel like you're bailing out on them? Can you tell us when you're stepping down and when this job is coming to a close for you?
Today is a big day, a good day that Ryan Walters is no longer the superintendent of public construction for the state of Oklahoma. It's a good day for the country as a whole, for sure, but it's a good day for the children and families in Oklahoma who don't have this feckless moron running the school system that is already number 50 in the country out of 50. Good day. But there's more to this story. There's absolutely more to this story. Where he's headed, and it's for sure just a cash grab. He is I don't know the numbers, But it seems to me self-evident, just an obvious thing, that he's going to be making orders of magnitude more in salary, more in money than he did as a public servant in Oklahoma. Here's what's interesting about this story. He took to Fox News to make the announcement, but he was using a studio of a different television network, a local affiliate. And when he left there from his little alcove where they did the hit, where they did the recording of him with Trace Gallagher, I think, maybe it was John Roberts. They all fucking look the same, these morons on Fox News. After his announcement, he's chased out of the little cubby where they do the little cubby hole where they do the interview. And a reporter from that network's like, hey, you want to tell us more? And he is zip. He doesn't want to talk to any locals. I just did what I did on Fox News. I got the big MAGA audience. I don't need to talk to you, local person. First, though, here he is on Fox News. Then we'll follow it up with him running away as fast as he can from hard questions from local reporters. Fox News first.
And Oklahoma State Superintendent Ryan Walters. It was kind of a swipe at you, Superintendent Walters, there. But it's interesting because you've got a little bit of breaking news for us and some big news coming out of Oklahoma. Tell us what's going on in your state and with you, sir.
Yes, sir. I'm excited to announce I'll be stepping down as Oklahoma State Superintendent and taking on the role as the CEO of the Teacher Freedom Alliance. We're going to destroy the teachers' unions. We have seen the teachers' unions use money and power to corrupt our schools, to undermine our schools. We are one of the biggest grassroots organizations in the country. We will build an army of teachers to defeat the teachers' unions once and for all. So this fight's going national, and we will get our schools back on track. We will not allow any further union control.
These Republicans love to do that. Remember Sarah Palin? She had just got reelected governor of Alaska. And she's like, yeah, you know what? I'm going to peace out here. I got a reality TV show to make. That's what's most important. It's the same kind of thing with this dipshit Ryan Walters, this white Christian nationalist bigot, hateful tool, Ryan Walters, who is dedicated not to the prospect of educating children, but indoctrinating them with right-wing propaganda. And we'll get to that. But before I do, here he is after leaving the little alcove in there. He gets talked to by a reporter just asking questions, and he can't handle it. His mind explodes as he retreats like Josh Hawley running from insurrectionists. Watch this.
So Ryan, you just mentioned online that you're going to work for this non-teachers union. What do you want to say to Oklahomans who might feel like you're bailing out on them? Can you tell us when you're stepping down and when this job is coming to a close for you? We have to ask when this relationship started because it seems like you've been pushing kind of this job for some time now. Did it interfere with your job for Oklahoma?
Appreciate you, lovely one. He said something on Fox News, but he had absolutely to say nothing to say to his local Oklahoma affiliate. I think that is okay. There might be a little bit more. If you haven't gone over to Jesse Dolomore, this link is in my description box.
Why? What's the hurry all about, Ryan Walters? What are you running from? Are you trying to get to the gym? You're just getting ahead of your workout, brother? What's so pressing? What's so urgent that you can't answer questions from local media? Interesting. Here, if you're not familiar with who this guy is, let me explain to you who he is. Not only is he the mighty, righteous man of God, the noble Christian warrior who wants to bring faith back to the children of Oklahoma, he's also the guy who during a meeting had porn on his computer. Remember this headline? MAGA superintendent who put Bibles in schools faces porn investigation. Ryan Walters reportedly played porn during an official meeting on his laptop in view of the other meeting attendees. And how did that investigation wind up, you might ask? Well, apparently he was let off the hook by a sheriff who was sympathetic, but also admitted, oh yeah, there was naked women on there. Here's this from the Oklahoman. Naked women did appear on Ryan Walters' TV, but no one to blame, sheriff says. That Ryan Walters, the Christian Ryan Walters, who's very concerned and torn up about the morality of the youth, is playing porn on his computer during meetings. The same Ryan Walters that did the porn also bought a bunch of the Trump Bibles, 500 plus, to put in classrooms. This was, by the way, just in March. These are in March, August, September. This is the damage he did in rapid fire succession before leaving the building on fire as he retreated. Here he is talking about his Bible purchase.
I'm excited to announce today that Oklahoma is the first state to bring the Bible back to the classroom. Today, we purchased over 500 Bibles that will be in the AP government classrooms across the state. Bible just like this. We have the Bible, the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, the Bill of Rights. These are foundational documents in our nation's history. Our kids.
What does what Bible has all of that in there? Only the Trump Bible. The Made in China Trump Bible contains all of that. These are major constitutions, whatever he just said, of our of the United States. What does that have to do? What does the Constitution have to do with the Bible when the Constitution separates church and state? Do you hear this, nimnuts?
Like this. We have the Bible, the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, the Bill of Rights. These are foundational documents in our nation's history. Our kids have to understand the role the Bible played in influencing American history. It's very clear.
But it has the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and all of that. But the only thing that they have to understand is the role that the Bible plays. I think that you need to research the role of the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. I think that is what you need to understand. Let's continue.
That the radical left has driven the Bible out of the classroom, which leads to a lack of understanding of American history. We will not stop until we've brought the Bible back to every.
So, if the Bible is not in the classroom, I don't recall any passages in the Bible that talks about American history. I don't recall any passage of that. Did you hear this, idiot?
American history. It's very clear. That will be in the AP government classrooms across the state. Bible just like this. We have the Bible, the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, the Bill of Rights. These are foundational documents in our nation's history. Our kids have to understand the role the Bible played in influencing American history. It's very clear that the radical left has driven the Bible out of the classroom, which leads to a lack of understanding of American history. We will not stop until we've brought the Bible back to every classroom in the state.
Oh, so they must gonna teach how when they brought the African slaves over here, they taught them the Bible to tell the slaves that this was Jesus' will for them, and they will get their joy when they died and went to heaven. Is that what he mean by the Bible and American history, and the effects of American history? I don't give a fuck. Okay, so I just wanted to give you that. Does he have a little more? Let's see what these idiots on Fox and Friends.
Yeah, that PragerU. Here's the ghouls at Fox News.
Hold on.
PragerU, of all places.
We brought the Bible back to every classroom in the state.
Wasn't just the Bibles. He also instituted a test for teachers, new teacher. If you come from California or New York, liberal havens, and you're moving to Oklahoma and you want to be a teacher, you got to take a test. You got to take a civics test. And where did that test come from? PragerU, of all places. Because, this former history teacher couldn't put together his own civics test. He had to go to Dennis Prager, their racist outfit, the outfit that said that, well, yeah, slavery's bad, but it's better than being dead. It's better than being murdered. Yeah, that PragerU. Here's the ghouls at Fox News, Fox and Friends, talking about what a glorious day it is because he's a conservative Republican and he's implementing this policy.
This is such a cool story. In Oklahoma, if you want to move to Oklahoma and you want to be a teacher, you're going to have to take this test because the superintendent of education for the entire state is super conservative.
While they're hyper-ventilating about this, I don't understand.
This is the same state they're trying to put Bibles in classrooms. And this superintendent, we have to read more about him. His name is Ryan Walters. I bet Donald Trump will say something about him because this is a bold move. Right. But good for him.
I think it's getting us back to the basics, and these schools are out of control. The kids can't even read. Something is going wrong. Math and reading scores are at all-time low. Got to get back to the foundation.
Can I just read quickly what
is about mathematics about putting a Bible in school? And while you're talking about all the students who can't read, are you going to note that Oklahoma is number 50 in the state as far as education in the state? No, y'all going to brush over this. Now, I'm going to break away from this. This link is in my description box. Now, you want to... do you know who knows something about Oklahoma education? The women at I've Had It. If you don't know, they are from Oklahoma, and they're going to talk about this. Let me share this with you because they gave the background of how Oklahoma schools used to rank number 13 or 14 in the nation, and what has happened to the Oklahoma school system. Here we go. Let me share this with you.
On this rabbit hole about this demon queen that now wants to attack teachers.
Okay. So he wants to, he has left his job and he wants to attack teachers union. We are clear on that. So, let me show. They had a segment that they had prepared prior to learning this morning that he is going to a job that is attacking teachers unions that they had saved for this weekend. But since that came out, they're going to give you some information on Oklahoma schools. Am I sharing that? Let me see. Yes, I'm sharing that. Here we go. Let's go.
MAGA politicians and MAGA Christians are liars. They go to rural communities and suburban communities and tell people the reason they can't have nice things is because of all of these dangerous gangs of LGBTQIA plus people that are running around beating people up with flags. Oh, wait, the flag beaters were in January 6th. That's right. But you can look no further than states that have MAGA supermajorities to see how terrible their policies are. And I mean terrible. I can report from Oklahoma City, where we're sitting right now, that our state 16 years ago had a Democratic governor named Brad Henry. Our education was ranked 14 to 16, depending on which ranking you looked at. Since then, we had a two-term dipshit psycho governor named Mary Fallin, who eroded education funding. And after that, we had Governor dipshit Kevin Stitt, fake Christian, lying liar extraordinaire, who has completely eroded all education. We went from 14th to 16th to 50th, dead last in the United States of America. You would think that politicians and its citizenry would say enough is enough. Our kids deserve better. Not in Oklahoma, not in MAGA supermajorities. They elect a complete psycho, and in my opinion, closet homosexual named Ryan Walters. And Pumps has been digging around, and he's been up to a lot of fuckery lately.
Ryan Walters said this yesterday. First of all, he is a huge Charlie Kirk lover, but this is his announcement yesterday, and he's so proud of it.
Excited to announce today that every Oklahoma high school will have a Turning Point USA chapter. We have seen the outpouring from parents, teachers, and students that want to be engaged in a meaningful work going on at Turning Point.
So I'm wondering at these clubs, do you think they're going to talk about his views about women, that they should submit, they should go to college to get an MRS degree? Do you think they're going to talk about his views on racism and white supremacy and the Civil Rights Act being a mistake? Do you think those are going to come up at these Turning Point clubs?
Of course
yes,
they are.
I do,
They're
Angie.
going to be,
and they are.
Of course they are. That's why they think that this is a good recruiting vessel. I'm gonna stop right here, and I'm going to play that full announcement that he made. Let me play that full announcement that he gave about all high schools having to be a part of Turning Point. Yes, I'm sharing it. Okay, let's go. Let's hear the full announcement.
We're very excited to announce we'll have a Turning Point USA chapter in every high school in the state of Oklahoma. We'll be the first state to do that. We want to continue to inspire students to engage in free speech debate and understand American values and what that means for the country. And I believe it's vital for the future.
I want them to understand American values and understand that that's vital for the future. Now, if you missed my show 2 days ago about Project Esther that I was new, the Deanna Irvin hit me up on. A lot of these things have already been enacted in our government already, along with Project 2025. You got to look out for Project Esther as well. So, they feel that these things should be important. You know, they're still building concentration camps. You know that they still don't have anybody to pick our food, not for our grocery stores or to sell. You understand that hedge funds are buying up all of these farms that farmers are losing under J.D. Vance, Acres Trader, and other entities. Hedge funds, billionaires are buying up these things. There are no one to do this job. There is a report out today that in Alligator Alcatraz, they took no data down with all of these data companies all around. They said that they have no information on 1,200 people. They don't know. They did not even bother to collect the data for these people who were in Alligator Alcatraz. Understand, these people don't give a fuck about you either. All of this is just a test case to see if they are going to be able to do this on the American citizens who are not paying attention, who are paying attention to bullshit. Why does he feel that it is very important to learn these racist views that are trying to be put out as fact? Why is it important that they stop teaching African American history? Why is it important that they take books off the shelves? Why is all of this rewriting of history and taking exhibits out of museums surrounding sex slavery important? Y'all talk about these Mexicans and these Hispanics who voted for 45, 47 fucking around and finding out. I have no sympathy for them. But the plan is much sinister.
Of America to continue this mission. We've seen a tremendous outpouring from folks all over the state on starting these chapters. We were lucky to announce last year with Charlie the high school chapters of Turning Point USA. And we've been working with their national team and their local team on ensuring this goal.
My name is Mason Cottrell.
Now, how the fuck was that going to improve the test scores, the learning ability of people? He's working with Turning Point USA. He's working for this private online school. For what? For more. Now he has a better job. I cannot wait until they disclose how much he's going to be making to break up the teachers union for teaching left-leaning. Now, it's okay if I teach my right-wing ideology, but you're going to break up whole the teachers unions. That is about their pay. Teachers are already underpaid as it is. Understand? So to even be a teacher, is there going to be a litmus test as such as the litmus test that he put up in Oklahoma, that they're going to have to pass a PragerU exam to make sure that they don't have any left-leaning ideologies? Is this what understand they want your children to be taught this. This online school that he is giving away Oklahoma City money on, is Oklahoma State money on, is a school about patriotism.
For the last 2 years, I was the college field representative for Turning Point USA in Oklahoma. My time in that role culminated when my Oklahoma State chapter had the honor of hosting Charlie Kirk on campus in one of his iconic Prove Me Wrongs. I have since taken on a new role with Turning Point as the Southern Club America Regional Manager. With this role, I oversee 6 field reps that start and grow TPUSA High School, now called Club America chapters, in Kansas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and West Tennessee. My Oklahoma
So, to be clear, it is just not Oklahoma. He gave you all the states that they are trying to indoctrinate high school students. Let's hear it again.
Alabama and West Tennessee. Oklahoma, Arkansas, Louisiana, called Club America chapters. In Kansas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and West Tennessee. My Oklahoma rep, Rob, is here with me today. Working for
all southern states. All southern states. Understand this. And they're going to branch out to more states because the southern states are not the only states that has this administration in office right now. Please understand that this Christian nationalist shit is some serious shit that they are trying to spread all across the country and force upon you. That Project Esther said that there will be one education taught, and it will be the Christian education. One religion, not education, one religion taught in school, mandatedly taught in your schools. Okay, let's continue.
PUSA under Charlie Kirk was an honor, and I am honored to now work under his widow, Erica. I appreciate Ryan Walters and his desire to see a Club America chapter in every high school in Oklahoma, and would love to tell you more about what that looks like. Club America chapters are voluntarily student-led groups on public and private high school campuses and homeschool groups.
He wants to see one. He is demanding that they are in every school, but they're presenting it. It's a voluntary chapter. It can't be voluntary and demanded that every school has one at the same time. See, two things can't be the same at the same time. This is bullshit. This is being demanded of every school, high school in Oklahoma. Fuck whatever he's saying is no. It's demanded. It was demanded by I think I don't know if they're going to take it back, but that's what he put on the table. Since he's resigned, I don't know where they're going to go with this, but it has been presented. And let's see how they present this as. Let's see how they present this.
And homeschool groups. Club America serves to empower the patriot campuses and homeschool groups. Student-led groups on public and private high school campuses and homeschool groups.
Public and private campuses and homeschool groups. Let's be clear. Project Esther said that the Christian nationalist agenda will be taught in homeschool groups as well. Are we clear? Let's continue.
Club America serves to empower the patriotic leaders of tomorrow. Chapters plan out initiatives and meetings that cover a wide range of topics.
Patriotic leaders. Patriotic leaders. What did that private school that I told you that he was a part of taught? Patriotism. They do all of this under the guise of God and being a good American patriot, while teaching all of this hate.
Each week, there are themes that we provide for student groups to follow if they choose. Example of those themes this semester are United We Stand, Local Elections Matter, Taxes Are Shady, and Restore the Pledge.
Taxes are shady and restore the pledge. Now, taxes are shady. So that's why they want you to think that it's okay to cut taxes on billionaires, because this is who's funding all of this shit. Turning Points USA is funded by billionaires who understood that Charlie Kirk for some reason got a lot of traction behind the shit that he was saying, so therefore they continued to feed more money into him, because they understood that if they could change the minds of these young college students, they will have what did Lyndon Johnson say? Teach the tell the poorest white man that he is better than the best black man, and you don't have to ask him for money. He will empty his pockets for you, or something to that effect. I'm paraphrasing. Okay, let's get back to it.
Charlie Kirk was murdered. I was in Nashville working with my field rep there. The theme that week was United We Stand, which was meant to be a tie-in to commemorate 9/11. 2 hours before Charlie was shot, I accompanied a local Club America chapter on their meeting for the day. They delivered handwritten notes to a fire station, and the firefighters there gave them a tour for an hour. Pretty intimidating, if you ask me, huh? The day before, a Club America chapter in the Nashville area hosted two of our contributors who spoke on standing up for their beliefs and how to be a good leader and citizen. And the following day, after one of the darkest days in U.S. history, Club America high school students placed American flags throughout their schools, throughout the lawns of their schools to commemorate 9/11, and then gathered around a flagpole with the flags lowered in honor of Charlie Kirk, and prayed for our country, prayed for the Kirk family. These are the kind of initiatives you can expect from a Club America chapter. Other chapters have had discussions on how to have a civil debate, played constitutional jeopardy, done voter registration drives, ensured there were American flags in every classroom, and have had discussions on how to make better health and financial decisions. If that sounds like something you would enjoy, I would encourage you to help us start a Club America chapter at your high school. If that sounds too controversial to you or intimidated by a group of high schoolers carrying out those initiatives, then I don't know what to tell you. But I will tell you this. My team of reps, and the whole high school/Club America department will not rest until we have a Club America chapter in every high school in Oklahoma and across this country. We will not be intimidated by mobs. We will not be intimidated by assassins. We will work late into the evening. We will wake up early. We will reach every conservative student to empower them to lead and create change on their campus. The work to save America continues and will be stronger than ever. An assassin may have taken Charlie's life, but millions of high school and college students will now carry his voice.
11 Labs powers AI voices that don't sound like AI voices, like this one. 11 Labs voice agents are used to handle everything from customer support queries to appointments.
Okay. Now, what is this? Testing teachers for wokeism. I don't know what that is. That's a video that came up. Now let's get back. Let's get back to the I've Had It ladies. I just wanted you to hear his whole announcement of what they are trying to present to us as normal. He said that the most horrible day in American history, and 9/11, and then they held flags half-mast for Charlie Kirk. So is Charlie Kirk is going to be the new reason why 9/11 was so horrible? Will Charlie Kirk's death X out the thing that happened on 9/11? Let's go.
They're going to be presented in the same exact way that Charlie Kirk presented them. They will be normalized and mainstreamed and indoctrinated into these kids that join this club. And it's going to create more hate, more racism, more sexism, more homophobia, less tolerance, less empathy, because these people are broken. People that find themselves in turning point clubs have been abused by their religion. They are suffering from religious abuse, and misery loves company. You can either go off and heal like you had to and deconstruct your faith and realize, oh my gosh, I'm a victim of severe religious abuse, and do the hard work, or you can join the other broken people. And I hope, because he will do this, and this will pass in Oklahoma, you guys, this will happen. I hope that some smart teachers also have a club where people can go deal with religious abuse, because I went to these public schools in Oklahoma, and I have to tell you, my friends, my peers that I went to school with were terrified all the time that demons were following them around and they were fighting spiritual warfare. And it's not that far off. Look at the way everybody was acting at Charlie Kirk's funeral and all the language they use. These people think they're fighting spiritual warfare where angels and demons are fighting around them at all times. It's crazy. It's a fucking cult. And we have a United States senator from this shitty education system in Senate hearings pumps that asked some medical doctor, when was you fired?
Yeah, grammar's not a big sticking point in Oklahoma public schools. And you say that about the teachers. Are there going to be teachers that come out against this and say, these are the values Charlie Kirk pushed? And, you know, how can we not both sides it? How can we not show what he said and then what he actually
not in this state, pumps.
Not in this state, but guess what? Ryan Walters has a system where if teachers say anything that might be considered offensive about Charlie Kirk or all this indoctrination, he set up a tip line. So he sends out this email to teachers and parents about Charlie Kirk being a true warrior, impacting young people. And to that end, he tells parents and teachers, if you hear anything that can endanger your child or that learning environment, please report it through our Awarity software. So this is basically, if a teacher gets out of line, if a teacher actually says the truth and doesn't go with the indoctrinated thought police that is Ryan Walters, then other teachers are supposed to rat them out. So do you know what that reminds me of? When I first read this, I thought that's Scientology. That's Mormonism, where you rat out the other people, and that keeps people in line. That makes teachers too scared to stand up for truth, because we've got the thought police with this snitch line. And you talk about free speech. Really?
This is forced speech. And that's what Republicans want. That's what MAGA wants. They want forced speech. And they want to put that on our most vulnerable kids that should not be worried about this stuff, kids that should be worried about facts and empathy and care. But this same movement has also branded empathy a toxic trait. We're in a very dangerous period here. And Oklahoma has always been, for me living here, I've always thought, God, this is fucked up. I'm so glad the rest of the country isn't like this. I'm so grateful that people on the coast and in other states are not this crazy. To see the tongue talking going on at the White House, to see the praise shit, to see Caroline Levin, all those women with the crosses, to see what has always been to me so alarming living around such hateful Christians. And I'm not talking about you viewers that are Christian light. You know who I'm talking about. Seeing these people become mainstreamed in the federal government is so incredibly terrifying. It is absolutely terrifying. And this is such a bad idea. It's so horrible. And there's already so much pressure in suburban public schools in the United States of America for this Christian stuff. Fellowship of Christian athletes and this Christian thing and that Christian thing and pray at the flagpole. Because at the core of evangelical Christianity is this really toxic thing where they have to recruit and proselytize everybody around them. And they thought when I grew up that my family and I didn't go to church, that we were their business. And that then in turn, they had complete right and an absolute divine right to say to me and my family that we were going to burn in hell and that we were terrible people. Think about how toxic that is. And so they have to recruit and recruit and recruit and recruit because their product is so fucking shitty. They have to emotionally blackmail you to get in it. Or, as Pumps is reporting, they have to indoctrinate at the age of kids and then set up a snitch line for people that are not cooperative, because that's how.
I would say that is worse than Scientology. I say that is McCarthyism.
Shitty their brand of Christianity is. And that is not the first time that Ryan Walters has had a bad idea. So you might remember Trump Bibles. He wanted to buy the Trump Bibles. He's got the 10 Commandments in classrooms. He wants public taxpayer dollars to go to Christian schools. This is who this guy is. And the Supreme Court just had to make him take Big Lie curriculum out of classrooms. So Oklahoma's highest civil court has ordered the State Department of Education to stop implementing controversial new social studies standards that require students to learn about Christianity and debunk claims about election fraud and COVID-19. I mean, this to me is just stunning. We're going to take Donald Trump's lie that he perpetuated, that he had no evidence for, and we're going to put it in classrooms so that we can tell little kids about election fraud, so we can raise little militant white supremacists.
Here's the deal. At the core of this whole MAGA movement is you have broken people with inner childhood issues or very closeted, suppressed sexual issues. And in the case of Ryan Walters, it is my personal opinion, somebody who has I have more gay friends than I do straight in my social life. It's my opinion that this guy is a closet case. And he grew up in a very religious household where he was shamed for having these attractions, which are perfectly normal, perfectly natural. And I see this with so many of my gay friends. It reminds me when I went to the University of Oklahoma in the early 90s. So many of them had families and peers in churches that shamed them into the closet. And then some of them went to Pray the Gay Away camps. And then you look at Lindsey Graham, you look at Mike Johnson, you look at this guy who's constantly talking about this radical gay agenda. Meanwhile, I guarantee you when rubber hits the road, when he's masturbating, I guarantee you he's not thinking about women. I would bet everything on it. So we have these broken people that don't have the bravery or the courage to do the work to become better people. We have emotionally stunted people with inner childhood issues ruining our country right now on a federal level, all the way down to this evil DL demon queen, Ryan Walters.
And here's the thing. When this came out that he was trying to put all this bullshit in the curriculum, you didn't see a big uprising. Certainly Kevin Stitt didn't come out and say, we're 50th in education. Our U.S. senator cannot speak in proper grammar. I mean, we don't teach grammar. We need to learn math. We need to learn, where a decimal point goes in a problem. We need to learn sentences that are complete. But oh no.
But he's a dipshit too. Have you ever heard him speak?
Right.
Governor dipshit. This isn't a big thinker. This isn't a great a great leader that's going to go down in history that we're going to quote things that he's said. He's from the same cult, this evangelical white nationalist worship money above all, then Donald Trump, and then reframe Jesus as not this radical empath, which he was, reframe him as the guy that likes to worship money and white men.
That's right. That's what they
You
do.
know what I mean? So they're all in this same cult and they all do it. So of course, I mean, Ryan Walters is a dipshit. Kevin Stitt is a dipshit. And I mean, I don't get gay vibe from Kevin Stitt, but I do think he's been severely religiously abused his whole life. I do think he's severely religiously abusing his children right now. And I do think that he's religiously abusing our state because he's a broken person that grew up in a very abusive religion. And we're dealing with all of these people that are victims of religious abuse that have ascended to the highest forms of government, that are branding empathy as toxic, that have completely rebranded Jesus, who was a Black refugee, as this white supply side capitalist, you know, that likes to make a bunch of dipshit white guys a shit ton of money with their investment funds. It's crazy.
And certainly not help the poor or the sick.
Well, hell no. And Black people, there's instructions for them of, you know, how to treat your slave. It's horrible. All of this breed of Christianity is a lineage from the same people in the Bible Belt South that used this brand to justify slavery. And it still remains. And sadly, these fuckers have gotten power.
Well, and I don't see any.
I didn't even go this far in it, but that is exactly what they have used religion to do, and that is the teachings now of Black people are less than. Where is this going? Make America great again. Remember? It was not great for everyone, but it was great for who it was great for. They are taking this country back to the golden. America's about to have a golden age. What is that? Can you compare that with the Gilded Age? The Gilded Age, when most of Americans were eating spoiled and poisoned food, while the rich billionaires in industry were being gaudy, like 45, 47, with all of that. He said this is 24 karat gold, with all of that gaudy ass gold in the White House, to make himself feel like he is someone important, while he is absolutely misusing the White House by profiteering off of his seat as the president, like no other person has before. So if you are not onto him, making America great again, like them good old boys said, working for the devil, race wars. Something tells me that they are going to go after Black churches. Something tells me that they are going to go after all Blacks. That I'm just keeping it real. I think that is the next deck to fall, and that is why they are making sure that they have all of their ducks in a row. Now, let me share with you a little bit more, and I'm gonna end with this Ryan. Oh my God, I didn't realize I was on here this long. I'm gonna end with this Ryan Walters. Here we go. This is one of the things. If you didn't know, Ryan Walters welcome Grifty Patriotic Charter School to Oklahoma. It looks like we have a new shady online charter school to welcome to Oklahoma. On Tuesday, Ryan Walters walked into his office, hooked up some crusty tape recorder mic straight out of 1987, and recorded a video announcing that he's welcoming something called the American Virtual Academy, a pro-America patriotic education online charter school grip to Oklahoma. Just like with Class Wallet, PragerU, and all the other schemes that Ryan has unleashed on Oklahoma, the academy appears to be nothing more than a school choice grift that will siphon money from public schools and put it in the pockets of right-wing psychopaths who hate public education. Here is this announcement.
Very excited to announce today that Oklahoma will be one of the first states to approve the American Virtual Academy, a new private school for the students of Oklahoma. We have full school choice here, so we have tax credits available. We want parents to choose the school of their choice. We will continue to lead the country in school choice. And the American Virtual Academy, we love their mission statement. They're about promoting patriotism, American values to our kids. That's what the parents of Oklahoma want. So we are excited to provide this opportunity to parents. We will continue to fight back against a woke liberal agenda in our schools by providing parents school choice and accountability. We're going to get back to the basics here in Oklahoma, so we're very proud to partner with American Virtual Academy to make it available for all the students and parents of Oklahoma.
Okay, okay. Seriously, can we get a kid from some high school AV club to go fix Ryan's microphone? I've heard better audio at the Harbor Mountain Coffee Shop drive-through. He sounds like some unhinged right-wing see and say toy. The grifter says, what is this? According to a KFOR report, American Virtual Academy appears to be an Arizona version of Epic Charter Schools, a district where the students fail while the people who founded it gets rich. KFOR discovered that the school's founder, Damian Kramer, which ironically enough is the same pseudonym Ryan probably used when visiting certain Corey Daniels' website, the over $24 million in salary, earns over $24 million in salary over the last 5 years, all while the school test scores plummeted. You see that Arizona got rid of them because 3 years in a row they had D scores, but this Kramer guy is making $24 million a year in salary. In fact, they were so bad. Let me hold on. In fact, they were so bad that the school is now in the process of being shut down. In Arizona, America Virtual Academy also operates an online charter school called Primavera Online School. Primavera faced heavy scrutiny recently from Arizona state officials after its students' test scores had continued to decline over several year period. It was 3 years. Last month, KPNX reported Arizona State Charter School Board unanimously voted to begin the process of shutting Primavera down. Okay. Listen, I believe every student in Oklahoma, regardless of race, gender, or whatever political Kool-Aid their parents are drinking, deserve access to a quality education. But if you're going to let one group fall hopelessly behind, can we at least make sure it's the conservative wackos enrolling their kids in some half-baked patriotic education charter school? The kind of place where the correct answer to every question is thanks, Obama. Seriously, one of the demographics that has to spiral further into uninformed ignorance, it might as well be the one activity campaigning for it, right? Okay. Sure, they usually rely on homeschooling to do the brain damage. But if Ryan Walters want to funnel public money into speeding up the great right-wing Yahoo decline, I say that we just shut up and let him. Who knows? Maybe this is the real Femi paradox of modern conservatism. They raise each new generation to be so stupid that the whole movement eventually collapse under the weight of its own dumb. Okay, so that is that is one report. I didn't read the whole thing. I think that let me see. I have two more things I wanted to that I pulled for this. This one is when is this stated? Walters defend partnership with Arizona-based online school that's under scrutiny, and he is defending this. When was this? 2 months ago. And he was defending it. Oklahoma State Board of Education members are asking state school superintendent Ryan Walters why they wouldn't be consulted about the state education department partnering with an Arizona-based private online school whose operators have come under scrutiny in their own home state. During the board's monthly meeting on Thursday, July 24th, Walter touted the agreement between the agency he leads and the American Virtual Academy. Walter said he was excited to partner with the new private school focused on promoting patriotism and American values. Other board members met Walter's optimism with questions about the school's poor track record in Arizona, which it lists on its website as the home base. Okay. A charter school run by American Virtual Academy known as Primavera has been targeted for closure by the Arizona Charter Board, according to reporting by Phoenix television station KPNX. The board noted that the school received a D letter. Okay, so I read all of that. So he didn't even alert the Oklahoma School Board that he was partnering with this for-profit school where the creator of the school was making $24 million a year as the test scores and the education of the students who were in this school plummeted. Okay, so there's a little bit more on Ryan Walters. I have one more thing I think I want to share with you on Ryan Walters. Here we go. What is the title of this? Oklahoma school board member press Superintendent Walters on partnership with out-of-state private school. That's basically the same thing. Okay, here we go. Oklahoma City state school board members question public school superintendent Ryan Waters and push for parents to enroll in out-of-state private school on Thursday. Board members voiced concern with new ranking of 50th in education. Officials said the school doesn't have an Oklahoma address and it isn't even applied with the Oklahoma Tax Commission. But Superintendent Walters said it's eligible for the private school tax cuts. You see there? You see there? He's making a school that is paying its creator $24 million a month, eligible for tax cuts in Oklahoma. You see what it's really about? Follow the money. Okay. There is not an Oklahoma school or company that can provide the same thing. So we're not having to seek that from out. So that we're not having to seek that from out of state. Asked board member Becky Carson. We don't have no one in Oklahoma that can do the same thing. And we are giving them our tax credits that can go to a school that's doing the same thing in Oklahoma. In an email, Virtual Academy, also called American Virtual LLC, Walters sent an email out and claimed that left-wing indoctrination in school poses a serious threat to our students, and all parents deserve more options for their kids. OSDE is proud to be one of the first states in the country to do this. Dear parents and guardians, so they wrote a letter saying how proud they are to be getting tax credits from your state, even though they don't operate in your state. Okay, so AVA is a charter school facing potential shutdown in Arizona, where officials have stated that the schools students are performing so poorly, it could be shut down. We will continue to fight back against a woke liberal agenda in our schools, said Superintendent Walters in a video he posted online. So we're clear. He don't want your children to be woke, and he doesn't want them to be educated either. So there is the breaking news that I have. There's the breaking news that I have on what's going on in Oklahoma School Board, and come to find out is many other school boards are following suit. So let me see. So James Comey has been indicted, I see. Let me see. Trump's America is raising beef prices and farmers are going broke. Let me see. Let me see anything else that is going on since I've been on. This is winning. Okay. Leftist mafia. Let me see. Anything else? Now, let me, before I leave, I didn't cover a lot of the things that I had wanted to cover, and because, you know, sometimes we get off track. Now, when they wanted Jesus to stop talking, what will the Christian nationalists do? So, I don't think I want to. No, I don't think I want. I have some links in my description box. Please go through and check out some of the noteworthy news items. Oh, I reached my goal. I didn't realize I reached my goal. I thank you all for helping me. Lovely one, you were the one that took me over. I just came to my page. I appreciate all of you who helped me reach my goals, because my goal is only to give you information. Oh. Here we go. Waste, fraud, and abuse. Let's talk about the waste, fraud, and abuse. I have got to talk about the waste, fraud, and abuse that we know that they touted that all of these people were losing their jobs behind waste, fraud, and abuse, but they need you to come back to work. Okay.
Hundreds of federal workers.
Let me share this with you. I'm just going to share a piece of this with you. Here we go. Nope, oh, that's the wrong one. Hold on. Let me find the right one. Here we go. Let me share this with you. About how successful Doge was. Here we go.
Who lost their jobs thanks to Elon Musk and Doge staffers earlier. Hundreds of federal workers who lost their jobs thanks to Elon Musk and Doge staffers earlier in Trump's administration are now being asked to return to work. Oops. So the Associated Press actually got a hold of an internal memo from the General Services Administration, GSA, which of course manages many of the offices and buildings used by federal agencies. Now, as the AP reports, starting in March, thousands of employees left the GSA as part of programs that encourage them to essentially resign or take an early retirement. Now, hundreds of others were basically dismissed as part of Doge's I would say botched downsizing and cost-cutting efforts, which didn't really amount to much in the first place and caused all this dysfunction in the government agencies. But nonetheless, those employees didn't show up for work, but some continue to get paid. Now, overall, the administration slashed GSA's headquarters staff by 79%, its portfolio managers by 65%, and facilities managers by 35%, according to a federal official briefed on the situation. Now, it turns out that was in fact a bad idea, and now this new memo indicates that the GSA is asking about 400 employees who were laid off to please come back. Please, Jack, don't let go, come back. Now, they've been given until the end of the week to accept or decline reinstatement. Those who accept must report for duty on October 6th after what amounts to a 7-month paid vacation. Sounds like we're spending taxpayer money well, during which time the GSA in some cases racked up high costs, passed along to taxpayers, of course, to stay in dozens of properties whose leases it had slated for termination or were allowed to expire. Now, Chad Becker, a former GSA real estate official, says that ultimately the outcome was the agency was left broken and understaffed. They didn't have the people they needed to carry out basic functions, and firing too many people wasn't all Doge did in an attempt to dismantle GSA. A small cohort of Musk's trusted aides embedded in GSA's headquarters, sometimes sleeping on cots on the agency's 6th floor, and pursued plans to abruptly cancel nearly half of the 7,500 leases in the federal portfolio. Now, Doge also.
Now remember when this was going on, we talked about it. We talked about them talking about selling real estate as well. We talked about all of this. Now it's all coming back to haunt us. Wasted money. While they're talking about waste, fraud, and abuse, this is what is the outcome of Elon Musk putting tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of civil service workers out of their job has cost us beyond them losing their jobs.
Wanted GSA to sell hundreds of federally owned buildings with the goal of generating billions in savings. GSA stated by sending more than 800 lease cancellation notices to landlords, in many cases without informing the government tenants. Jeez, this is insane. The agency also published a list of hundreds of government buildings that were targeted for sale. And that was also quickly dialed back. So more than 480 leases that were supposed to be terminated by Doge have since been spared. Plus, as a result of the internal turmoil, 131 leases expired without the government actually vacating the properties. The situation has exposed the agencies to steep fees because property owners have not been able to rent out those spaces to other tenants. So just a complete and
late fees, anyone?
Utter disaster. Not only did Doge fail to provide the tax savings that Americans desperately wanted by cutting waste, fraud, and abuse,
Where's my Doge check? Did y'all get y'all Doge check? Hey, Renee, it is good to see you. Thanks for joining us.
Turns out that their actions led to costlier issues and problems for the federal government. Cenk.
Yeah. So we covered this when it was first happening, and
I did as well. So this link is in my description box. But let me share with you this. You do know that we are coming up on a government shutdown. Now, it has been said that during this government shutdown, Russell Vogt, if you guys, I know you guys know who Russell Vogt is. Thank you, Miss Jackson Street, for becoming a member for 3 months. I appreciate you. Hey, You ain't get no check either, views of you. Hey, views of you. Now, I have told you about Russell Vogt. Now, during this government shutdown, Russell Vogt plans to gut more agencies in the wake of a government shutdown. So they're trying to prevent a government shutdown. Of course, Chuck Schumer seems a little wishy-washy and weary. You know how he fucked it up before this and allowed this big bundled up bill to pass. So I'm sharing this with you. Axios is reporting the White House threatens mass firing if the government shuts down. And who is this? Who is that? Y'all should know if y'all Russell Vogt, none other than Russell Vogt, Director of Office of Management and Budget, OBM. The White House has threatened to use a political short-term spending lapse to make long-term changes to the federal workforce. Why it matters? Thousands of government employees could permanently lose their jobs if Congress doesn't reach an agreement to fund the government by October 1st. So they're holding people's jobs over Congress, over the Democrat Congress, who is trying to secure credits for Obamacare, so people will not lose their insurance or their insurance go any fire. They have a knife to their throats. They're being held hostage. It has never been more important for the administration to be prepared for a shutdown if the Democrats choose to pursue one. Russ Vogt, the Director of Office of Management and Budget, wrote to agencies and department Wednesday evening. Vogt is instructing agencies to send reductions in force RIF notices for all employees in programs that are not consistent with the president's priorities, according to the memo. Yes, but Vogt is also indicating that the programs that receive money in the One Big Beautiful Bill Act will not be targeted. How convenient. Between the lines, Vogt is setting up a two-track approach that will be triggered by a potential shutdown. Jobs would be spared in programs of focus on border security, immigration enforcement, and national defense. Entire programs could be hollowed out if Vogt determines that they are not consistent with the president's agenda. This is what's going on in your government. All that other bullshit, him complaining about an escalator and a teleprompter and all of this shit is all bullshit. Okay. What they're saying, this is an attempt at intimidation. 4547 has been firing federal workers since day one, not to govern, but to scare. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer said in a statement responding to Vogt's plan. This is nothing new and it has nothing to do with the funding of the government. These unnecessary firings will either be overturned in court. Easy for you to say because your job is not on the line. I hope your job is on the line the next time it's time to vote, though, Chuck. I hope your job is on the line. I think the next time Chuck is up for office, he's going to retire. And if he don't, I hope his constituents retire him. Okay. These unnecessary firings will either be overturned in court or the administration will end up hiring the workers back, just like they did recently as today. As recently as today. That was 400 workers. They have fired over I think it was close to 200,000 workers. You're talking about 400 workers. Let's zoom out. The Voigt memo, which was first reported by Politico, marks a dramatic escalation over the government shutdown with the White House all but daring Democrats not to support a short-term spending stopgap before October 1st. House Majority Leader Hakeem Jeffrey and Speaker Mike Johnson aren't even talking about how to avoid a government shutdown next week. Jeffries told reporters trust is low. Democrats are demanding that President 4547 and Republicans negotiate with them. But 4547 would not even take a meeting with them. Okay, so He's not the king. He can't just dictate. Schumer said on MSNBC Morning Joe on Wednesday. Of course, I missed that because I hate Morning Joe. The House passed a short-term spending bill last week, but it failed in the Senate, where it will need at least 8 Democrat votes to clear the 60-vote procedural hurdle. Okay. The bottom line, Democrats always feared that Voight would seize on a shutdown to achieve partisanship goals that could not ever be accomplished legislatively. That's the reason why Chuck Schumer said that we can't close the government before he allowed them to advance that big bloated bill. He said because if we close the government, they're going to go through and they're going to wipe out agencies. So Chuck Schumer, what's the difference between now and then, other than that big monstrosity of a bill has been passed? The same thing is happening now, Chuck Schumer. I just can't believe the idiocy of this. He should shut his motherfucking mouth. Because they're doing the same thing now that you said that they were going to do then. But they got the bill passed. They don't give a fuck, Chuck. Okay. Bottom line, Democrats are always feared that Voight will seize on a shutdown to achieve partisan goals that could never be accomplished legislatively. He's showing them that they aren't wrong. So, if you guys didn't know that, now you know. I have 2 more things I want to show you right quick. Let me show this with you. Hakeem Jeffrey, he makes me sick at times, but I can deal with him at other times. He makes me sick that him and Kamala Harris, who didn't full-throatedly support the Democrat who's running for mayor, who has support from the constituents, who is talking about things that have interest the constituents, as they are still sitting around not saying anything to get the Democrat voters, the independent voters, the disgruntled MAGA voters on board with the Democrat parties, and the one person who has been able to do this, Mondani, they are Hakeem Jeffrey is not supporting, and Kamala Harris had the nerve to say, I support the Democrat nominee, but you know there are other Democrat rock stars out there trying to pivot away from Mondani or having any discussion about Mondani or even mentioning his name, bitch. What the fuck wrong with you? Anyway. Let's hear this.
From the great state of Connecticut.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the distinguished gentlelady from the great state of Connecticut for her leadership and for yielding as we debate this partisan, reckless Republican spending bill that continues to gut the health care of the American people. I rise today in strong opposition to legislation that continues the relentless Republican attack on the health care of the American people. What we've seen throughout this year, notwithstanding Republican promises to lower the high cost of living, with Republicans promised to do on day one of the Trump presidency, but we know costs aren't going down. Here in the United States of America, they continue to go up. Inflation is going up. Life is becoming more expensive for the American people, in part as a result of Donald Trump's tariffs that House Republicans continue to rubber stamp. Democrats recognize that the cost of living in the United States of America is far too high. We have to fix our broken healthcare system, and we also have to clean up corruption in this town so that we don't have a government of the elites, by the elites, and for the elites. We deserve a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. That's why we oppose this reckless Republican spending bill. Republican assault on health care has been relentless. Largest cut to Medicaid in American history. Millions of Americans losing their health care as a result of the Republican one big ugly bill. Hungry children have had food stolen from their mouths as a result of the one big ugly bill. That is going to make them vulnerable to sickness, illness, and disease. And all of this was done so that Republicans could reward your billionaire donors with massive tax breaks. In addition to the unprecedented assault on Medicaid as a result of the Republican one big ugly bill, the American people are confronting the possibility that Medicare could be cut by $536 billion this year.
I told you this earlier. Not only are they throwing up to 17 million people off of Medicaid, Medicare is also looking at cuts. And not only that, the people who are not on either, who are on private insurances, your premiums are about to go sky high as well, and your deductibles. Everyone is affected. This is the thing that they don't want people to know. This is why people who are on Medicare, they cannot automatically just not re-sign up during the sign-up period this year, because they must individually call into Medicare this year and re-sign up, because there are going to be so many changes. You cannot just like, oh, well, I don't need to re-enroll. They're just gonna give me the same coverage that I have this year. Not so this year. So if you know any seniors, disabled people who are on Medicare, be sure that you alert them that they are not going to be just rolled over on the same plan, that they have to call in the sign up months for Medicare, not Medicaid, Medicare. Let's continue.
Year, the largest cut to Medicare in American history as a result of what Republicans have done as part of their relentless assault on the health care of the American people. Premiums, copays, and deductibles are skyrocketing. Over the next few weeks, tens of millions of Americans are about to confront dramatic increases in their health care. Thousands of dollars, in some cases, tens of thousands of dollars in additional expense per year because of what Republicans have unleashed on the American people as part of this unprecedented assault on health care. Heard earlier today, some of my colleagues on the Republican side saying that the health care issue was not germane, that we're raising issues around Medicaid or the Affordable Care Act, or increases in premiums, copays, and deductibles, or the fact that Republicans are dramatically ending medical research in the United States of America, including as it relates to research for children with cancer. Who does that? And the fact that all across this country, as a result of actions Republicans have taken and are continuing to take in targeting the health care of the American people, hospitals, nursing homes, and community-based health clinics are closing, including in all of your districts and throughout rural America. So don't come and argue to us that these issues are not germane. Let me tell you what's germane. Protecting the health care of the American people is germane, and that's what Democrats are doing in fighting back against this partisan Republican spending bill. There is an alternative. It's been introduced by Senator Patty Murray and Congresswoman Rosa DeLauro, supported by Democrats in the House and the Senate. It keeps the government open. It allows for a bipartisan negotiation as it relates to a spending bill that would actually meet the needs of the American people in terms of their health, their public safety, and their economic well-being, to actually try and make progress on lowering costs in America, which you promised to do as Republicans, Mr. Speaker, and failed to do. That's the legislation that we should be taking up.
So, if you see them on this for-profit media acting as if there's just a simple stalemate in the negotiations, understand that the stalemate is finally about healthcare that is in this bill. And let's be clear that 4547 refused to even meet with any of the Democrats about what they are trying to do in this bill. But understand the Democrats actually do have something on the table, but they should have had some. Now, Congress, they all voted no on advancing that bill, but the Senate, not so much. I think 8 to 10 senators voted to advance the bill, including Chuck Schumer on that wobbly reasoning that if the government shut down, they are going to go through and they're going to close down a whole lot of other agencies. That's what they're promising to do this time. So, Hakeem Jeffries, fuck all this talking about what you're doing right now and this, that, and the other. You better fucking energize a motherfucking Democrat base and start supporting the motherfucking agenda that has the people excited. And that would be Zoran Mandami. Say his name and endorse him. Let's continue.
Republicans know.
Oh, I can't. I forgot. Hakeem Jeffries is a APAC nipple baby. Hakeem Jeffrey gets all of this money from APAC. So there is only so much he can say. He cannot, it seems like he cannot support a Muslim who's running who's the front runner for mayor in New York City. He has some questions about this after he sees all the support that he's getting about his agenda. What's the question, Hakeem? All right, I'm sick of Hakeem. I didn't just piss myself off behind Hakeem. I don't want to hear nothing else from Hakeem Jeffries. I'm gonna end with that. I appreciate all of you guys for being here. I am going to end my video with something that I have played a couple of times for you. Push your chairs in as you go out. Please like this video, share. I appreciate you all being here. I really appreciate your support. And tell a friend. Go back in the top of this video where I discuss all of the AI data centers that are poisoning our communities all across this country, and that are also increasing water and electric bills all across this country. So make sure you go back and understand what a perilous situation the United States is in right now. There are more links I was unable to get to. Peruse them at your leisure. And if I review them, I may come back with them tomorrow or Monday. I may not come on tomorrow, but I'm just trying to give you information. Check this out. Russell Volt, who said that he's gonna if they close down the government, he's gonna slash all of these departments that are in step with 4547's agenda. Prior to 4547 even getting elected, Russell Volt is one of the architects of Project 2025. He's worked for the Office of Management and Budget. This is the one who said he will be swiping out jobs. But let's not forget, prior to Trump being elected, Russell Volt was in his last administration. The Congress approved of Russell Volt. I don't know if all of them knew this, but they already had a plan what they were going to do. That he had made a statement that he wanted the workers to be traumatized. He wanted to make sure that the civil service workers were traumatized. let me see if I can find that one first. I want to find that first. This is who said that if the budget does not pass, he's gonna strip more jobs. Okay, here we go. He wants the bureaucrats to be traumatically affected, is what he said. Let me share this with you. This is who and what we are up against. They are trying to. Yes, I'm gonna play it for you. I am definitely going to play this for you. I played this for you many times, and I just read the article, the Axios article, that he says that if the government shuts down, he's going to go through more jobs and take more jobs away from people who whose job don't in line with the 4547's agenda, but they will not be taking jobs from ICE, Homeland Security, or the Defense Department. Those are the only jobs that will be safe under if the this is the threat, and this who made the threat.
We want the bureaucrats to be traumatically affected. We want, when they wake up in the morning, we want them to not want to go to work. Because they are increasingly viewed as the villains. We want their funding to be shut down so that the EPA can't do all of the rules against our energy industry because they have no bandwidth financially to do so. We want to put them in trauma.
A vote did not respond to requests for comments. We want to put them in trauma. That's who is saying that if they do not pass, if the government is shut down, that he's going to go back in and take more jobs. Understand, this is the country that we are living in right now. So I want you to review this undercover video of Russell Vought saying as much and saying all of the things that they were doing. They did not want to put it on paper and in memos and plotting the course that he would take this administration in. As we know, 4547 had no policy that he could speak of when he was running for office, because his policy was already written in Project 2025, and he tried to pretend like he didn't even know what Project 2025 was. But now he has come out and he has did what he was going to do all the time, put Project 2025 into action. So I appreciate you all for being here. I'm going to leave on this note. I'm going to let this play out, and thank you guys for being here. I appreciate your support. I don't think I have. I'm going to put the link to this video in my description, in the chat box. I'm not sure if it's in the, it may be in the description box.
Video that shows the co-author of Project. We begin today's show with a new undercover video that shows the co-author of Project 2025 bragging about his ties to Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump, even as Trump is trying to distance himself from the right-wing blueprint for his potential second term. The video features Russell Vought, who is director of the Trump White House Office of Management and Budget. It shows Vought meeting in a five-star Washington, D.C. hotel with two men he thought were relatives of a wealthy conservative donor. But Vought was actually talking to two undercover reporters with the Center for Climate Reporting, an independent British news outlet. They were secretly recording him. In a minute, one of those reporters will join us. But first, this is the video report accompanying their new investigation. It's called Undercover in Project 2025, the secretive second phase and the radical policies for rollout on day one.
Two undercover reporters posing.
I'm gonna have to hold it right here. We hear Josh Hawley up on the stage talking about what a Christian nationalist is not. They were already had this Christian nationalist angle. Let's go back a little bit. Josh Hawley. The truth is, Christian nationalism is not a threat to American democracy. I would like to hear the rest of this speech. Since we know that all things are leading to Christian nationalists. But bitch, what was a threat was when you was running through the halls of Congress trying to get away from those January 6th mob who were in there trying to do whatever damage to whoever they needed to do the damage to, and your ass was running like a bitch. Was that a danger to American, a threat to American democracy, Josh Hawley? Let's continue.
It's called Undercover in Project 2025, the secretive second phase and the radical policies for rollout on day one.
Two undercover reporters posing as donors are about to meet one of the key architects of Project 2025, the radical plan for Trump's second term, in a hotel suite rigged with hidden cameras.
Nice to meet you. Would you like coffee or something? I'd love coffee, yeah.
Meet Russ Vogt.
Russell Vogt, the former director of the Office of Management and Budget.
He's been called the most dangerous MAGA diehard you've never heard of.
I am opposed to the Department of Education because I think it's the Department of Critical Race Theory.
The Russ Vogt were comrades in arms.
Formerly a cabinet member and chief lieutenant in the first Trump admin.
I want to thank Russ for doing an incredible job.
He now runs a group called Center for Renewing America.
An organization that I helped turn into the Death Star that is accomplishing all the debates that you are reading about. I think you have to rehabilitate Christian nationalism. You have the largest deportation in history, block funding for Planned Parenthood. I want to be the person that crushes the deep state.
Vogt is one of the key authors of the blueprint for a second Trump administration.
Project 2025.
It's an ambitious 920-page blueprint.
Like eliminating the Department of Education.
The mass firings of civil servants.
Banning access to the abortion pill and further restricting abortion rights.
In recent weeks, the plans have become so controversial that Trump has been forced to distance himself.
They're sort of the opposite of the radical left, okay? You have the radical left and you have the radical right. And they come up with this, I don't know what the hell it is, it's Project 25.
Are you ready? I know nothing about Project 25. I haven't seen the document. I don't intend to really see the document.
But behind closed doors, Vogt tells us not to take Trump's disavowal seriously.
I expect you to hear 10 more times from the rally, the president, distancing himself from the left's boogeyman of Project 2025.
Yeah. And you're not worried about that?
I'm not worried about it.
Okay.
He's running against the brand. He is not running against any people.
Okay.
He is not running against any institutions. It's interesting, he's in fact not even opposing himself to a particular policy. Yeah. He's been at our organization, he's raised money for our organization, he's blessed it from the, I remember walking into our last day in office and told him what I was going to do. So he's very supportive of what we do.
Our investigation into Project 2025 began 2 weeks before the meeting with Vogt at a conference for religious nationalists in D.C.
The truth is, Christian nationalism is not a threat to American democracy. Christian nationalism founded American democracy.
Journalists from the Center for Climate Reporting have come posing as potential donors, looking to meet those involved in Project 2025. They're not hard to find. The Heritage Foundation, the group running the project, are here. So is Vogt's think tank. We make the acquaintance of Mika Meadowcroft, an author on Project 2025 and a close aide to Vogt. He tells us that Vogt is running the secretive second phase of Project 2025.
The second phase after the book came out.
was to break down like actual sort of policy packets and executive orders and agenda items and things like that. That's been supervised largely by us.
The first phase of Project 2025 was a 922-page policy book published openly. The second phase is a comprehensive, concrete transition plan for each federal agency. These
Excuse me. I know you guys remember me playing. What's his name? Her name? The bald Congressman Presley asking, bringing Project 2025 co-authors into the House and asking them what was the second phase of Project 2025, and they refused to answer her. I played that many a days as well. But you know, some people don't think that meat is greasy.
much more detailed plans are confidential.
Yeah. Because obviously you wanted a little of it to be FOIA-able, if you're familiar with the FOIA process, as possible. Freedom of Information Act, yeah.
The Freedom of Information Act allows the public to request government communications, but Meadowcroft reveals they plan to avoid these rules.
Yeah, the goal is, just familiarize all the transition team people with these plans, but you don't actually, send them to their work emails, because then, you could just give the handbooks to everyone, be like, this is the game plan for the admin. But if the press knows that that's what you're doing, then they're going to immediately just say, I request all of your emails from Heritage. Okay. You worker.
I see.
So we'll see.
Interesting.
Meadowcroft offers to set up a meeting with his boss, Russ Vogt.
You could put me in touch with somebody who looks after his diary or whatever.
Yes, I could put you in touch with his schedule. Yeah.
Amazing.
So, yeah.
Great.
So just tell me when to do that.
We want to meet the man writing the game plan for Trump's second administration. Vogt believes that in his first term, Trump's agenda was frustrated by what he calls the deep state. So Vogt is planning a radical centralization of government power under the president, firing civil servants and ending the independence of agencies like the FBI and DOJ.
80% of my time is working on the plans of what's necessary to
Now, the former director of the FBI has been indicted today. So, do you think that he was successful by ending the independence of the FBI and the DOJ? Because when a DOJ attorney said that there was nothing to prosecute Letitia James and James Comey on, miraculously, we have a shield who he was replaced with, who now Comey has been indicted, and quickly I'm expecting Letitia James to be indicted as well. So I played this for you. I let you guys know that they said it out loud, but people are not paying attention, and this is exactly what is going on. No more interruptions. And they want us to believe. Before I end, I didn't talk about this story. I have some notes in this story. So the FBI, Kash Patel, is somebody who deserves the job in the FBI, per this white nationalist. And now we are to believe that who is this? We are to believe the acting director Todd Lyons said it was directed at the detainees. So we're talking about the shooting in Texas yesterday. He's the acting ICE director, and he said it was directed at the detainees. It wasn't directed at civilians on the street. It was a definite attack on law enforcement. How can it be all of these things? Oh, he said it wasn't directed at the detainees. It was directed at the civilians on the street. So if it was directed at the civilians on the street, how does he turn around and say it was a definite attack on law enforcement? How is it aimed at people on the street, civilians, but it was a definite attack on law enforcement? And now they are coming out and saying the FBI director, Kakai Patel, this morning before 7 a.m. local time, an individual fired multiple rounds at a Dallas ICE facility, killing one and wounding several others before taking his own life. FBI, DHS, and ATF are on the ground with Dallas PD and state authorities while the investigation is ongoing. Now, somebody respond, this is the fishiest shit I've ever seen. We're supposed to believe that the shooter wrote ICE in pen on his bullets and then shot detainees, but not ICE officials. Now, just like these bullets that shot Charlie Kirk, they had things that identified them as a trans shooter, and now we got that dude who shot down the CEO of what's the name of that company, of that medical insurance company, y'all know who I'm talking about. They should pay him. He should have a copy written writing on bullets. Now something was written on the bullets that supposedly had tightened up the Charlie Kirk case, that you to believe that it was a transgender, and now they writing on bullets with ink pen. This is what your FBI is presenting you with. But all that they care about is this Christian nationalist agenda. I have some clips in my video about this. I didn't get to this, but I just wanted to say that.
Take control of these bureaucracies.
Firing civil servants and ending the independence of agencies like the FBI and DOJ.
80% of my time is working on the plans of what's necessary to take control of these bureaucracies. And we are working doggedly on that, whether it's destroying their agency's notion of independence. They're independent from the president.
Vogt has also been preparing documents based on fringe legal theories, arguing the president has the power to use the military against protesters.
George Floyd obviously was not about race. It was about destabilizing the Trump administration. Right. We put out, for instance, a 50-page paper designed for lawyers to know that the president has, the ability both along the border and elsewhere to maintain law and order with the military, and that's something that it's going to be important for him to remember and his lawyers to affirm. But we've given them the case for that.
With loyalists installed.
They have given him the case for that. So they already know. That's why so many of National Guards, him having the boldness to say that he's going to put the military on the street to crack down on protesters. He's already said that. He's already said that. Why? Because he has already been given the framework. Do you think these numbnuts that he has over his administration have the capability of drafting any policy and actually putting forth any type of law, however convoluted it may be, to try to support the shit that's going on in this administration? No, it's the Project 2025 Heritage Foundation think tank that has put this agenda together. And I played this for you.
Installed in key government agencies and armed with his playbook, Vogt believes a radical
along the border and elsewhere to maintain law and order with the military, and that's something that it's going to be important for him to remember and his lawyers to affirm. But we've given them the case for that.
With loyalists installed in key government agencies and armed with his playbook, Vogt believes a radical Christian nationalist agenda can be realized under a second Trump presidency. For example, on abortion.
So I think the president's actually come up with a strategy that works.
What have I been talking about all day? What have I been telling you about all day? A Christian nationalist agenda. And if you don't know, they put the Christian nationalists in there so it could seem less KKK-ish, shall we say. So if you put Christian in there, surely it cannot be some radical racist agenda. It got Christian in there. But we know what we have gone down the rabbit hole about these Christian nationalists. We've talked about it.
Works so long as you are giving people like me in the government the ability to block funding for Planned Parenthood, block funding for fetal tissue research. What I've told people is he had the most pro-life record ever. I've never seen him take it to stand in the way of a pro-life initiative that actually was real, politically and with momentum.
And for Vogt, Trump's pick for vice president shows he's serious about pushing this ideological agenda when in power.
So I am very happy with the JD pick. I think it's transformative for sure. And he's, think of him as a member version of what we do. So there's no think tank, no policy organization, no battle plan creator other than us for the worldview that I think Donald Trump has and that JD has.
But as public backlash against these plans builds, the Trump campaign has been scrambling to distance themselves from Project 2025's authors.
It's complete and utter bullshit for any reporter to write that this is the way it is. The president's made it clear these people do not speak for him. They do not speak for the campaign.
But Vogt tells us that behind the scenes, things are much friendlier. The Trump campaign recently picked him to write the Republicans' policy platform, making him essentially Project 2025's man on the inside.
I think the best example is like the campaign selected me to be the platform because of their views on my policy ideas, and they're not running from all of the negativity that I get from the press.
I see. So they haven't been spooked on you as a person, you don't think?
No, I mean, I don't think I'm going to be their transition pick because then they have all these kinds of stories. But no, the relationship is great.
The head of the Trump transition team has not yet been appointed, but Vogt says that no matter who is named, he'll be able to hand over his Project 2025 battle plans directly.
If it's someone like Stephen Miller or Bob Lighthizer, then all this stuff gets plugged right in. If it's not, we'll figure it out.
Okay.
But all of it will be designed for a theory of the case that President, if a battle plan is out there that will do what he wants, there are the people like me that have his trust that will be able to get it to him in whatever position we're at, or I could be at Center for New America, but the relationships will be there, the trust level will be there.
Project 2025's Radical Phase 1 policy book turned into a PR disaster.
The director of Project 2025 has stepped down after facing criticism from both Democrats and the Trump campaign.
But Vogt's Phase 2 battle plans, top secret and handed directly to the transition team, remain unburdened by the brand.
And are you going to rebrand that second phase at all?
For what I do, the brand's not important.
And you're not worried that if it has Project 2025 on, he's going to go
no.
And you're not going to publish those?
No.
They go straight to?
Yeah, they're very, very close hold.
Okay.
Brilliant. It's been an education.
Appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
Anytime.
Thank you very much. You can show us that back.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
That's the full video report that accompanies a major new investigation by the Center for Climate Reporting. It's called Under.
Okay, I appreciate you guys being here. There is more to this video. She's going to do an interview, and also note that the Project 2025 architect who stepped down. I showed you a interview with him, which stated that he is so pleased and surprised how quickly this administration has adapted the agenda of Project 2025. I told you that. It may have been over a month ago, maybe 2 months ago. He is very pleased at the speed that this administration is adapting Project 2025 agenda. So, with that, I appreciate you all for being here. This link is in the description box, so you can finish the rest of that if you choose to. And I also put it in the chat box. So, yes, super crazy work. Democracy Now! If you have not subscribed to them, they do great news, and I appreciate you guys for being here. And that's all I have for you today. I hope you guys have a blessed remainder of your night, because if you hear somebody at me, because they are ready to go. All right, guys. Thank you for being here. All right. Bye-bye. And Renee, your boy Russell is over here sneezing at me. You ready to go? You ready to go? Let's go, booby. You ready to go? Huh? You ready to go? All right, guys. Have a great remainder of your night. Bye-bye.